Hi. Welcome to Potato. Hi. Let me turn down my potato. Hello, hi, welcome. I love the moon today. It's Goomber. I didn't take my vitamins. I'll get up and take them in a second, dog. But anyways, hi, Dog. Hi, Goomber. Hi, Games. Hi, Kai. Hi, Shayla. I love you. Does she right, meow? Let me get up and get my vitamins. Meow, 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 meow. That's good enough. Did I mark that yesterday? I think I did. This song playing right before this? Oh, Baby No Money. Hold on. Hello, Baby No Money. Was John this playlist yet? No. Estella? Estrella. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Bird Brain. This song fucking slaps. Baby No Money had a new album come out. This and Eastlay Love. This shit fucking slaps, bro. Potato? Hey, it's actually potato because it's teto. Anyways, meowdy howdy, how is everybody doing? It's potato. It's Miss Teto. I love potato. Potato, teto, teto, potato, teto, teto. I sent it to Jordy when I first ran into that song. He's like, this is gonna be your new stim? I was like, yes. Why, yes. Always remind me of the best horse's name? Which horse? Oh, all the email glosses. Oh, I didn't put that up. I need to charge this. I'm going to that skate farm tonight. Poto? Poto? Potato. That's so cute. Hi, Kirawa. I hope you're well. Move out this. Acha, hi, Gar. How are you? Oh, oh no. Does she have work today? I hope she doesn't have work today. So she can relax. What was I doing? I forgot what I was doing, and I didn't know where the app was that I needed. Activity. I have an activity on here. Oh, Outlast Trials. They have drops on Twitch now. They're kind of ugly, though. It's Twitch-themed drops. So I'm like, oh, purple. Luckily not. Oh, thank God. Okay, Car can relax. That's all that matters. You have work. You, in fact, cannot play Deadlock before work today. Unlike yesterday. Go get ready for work. You got work soon. In less than an hour. I need to put on... Oh. It's gonna play Eat Slayla. Watch me. That would be really fucking impressive because you fucking opened Deadlock. Close Deadlock right meow. You got work. I don't even know how long it takes you to get to work. Stable hand, Miss Her, the owner. The owner wanted to name to be Potato. The stable hand heard Potato. Potatoes. Oh no, the owner thought it was funny and kept the name. I can't believe that. I'm like trying to hear it. Potatoes. Oh, how they misheard. What is that on your chair? Is it a blanket? Yes, actually, it's multiple blankets. I'm not gonna lie, Kirawa. It is a blanket I made a long time ago. It's cats. The other side didn't stay when I did it. But then it's bats. And then there's another cat blanket. And then there's a Hitalia blanket down there. I don't need blankets on the back of my chair. The cat side is so cute. It's so cute. It's Halloween, little cats. He's so cute, though. Let me put him this way. And then it makes the chair spooky for Halloween. You made those? Yeah. It's not the typical fabric you make the blankets with like this, but because they're the tie ones, which is why this side didn't stay because the way the fabric is, because it's the stretchy fabric. But yeah, you take two sides of fabrics, you cut the little ends, and then you tie it. Chromie spotted? Yeah, I needed to move Chromie. I have a couple other blankets I've made like that. I learned how to do that. One, it's super easy. You can look it up. But two, I learned how to do that from Girl Scouts, from one of the camps I went to. What fun Billy Mod that plays Low Res Funky Town. Wait, I love that. Sorry, Lavaka, not today. Okay, not today. It's your chance. I really like Lappy's music. It's so good. But yeah, it's a fun way to make little blankets. You usually use like a fleece. I was gonna look up on Joann's the type of fabric. I can't look at Joann's, it's gone. It's usually like a fleece fabric. They have like the soft plush ones that's like it was like double something. I forget the like brand. But it was super nice. But you take that and you like can stretch it a little bit and you just double knot it, tie it however you want. It's great. I love Low Res Funky Town with the spinning fish. Favorite fucking video, bro. That one with the dancing cockroach spinning to Around the World, Rainbow Cockroach. Also love that one. Not low res, just good. I made one for my brother when he was younger. Yeah, they're super easy to do. I made one for B. I gave B one, but I've done them before. This was one I did for myself, but it was with stretch fabric. I just really liked the fabric, so I wanted to. That's when I learned, one, it wasn't enough fabric, so I made it a long strip. And two, stretch fabric. One way, perfectly fine. The other way, not so fine. Love Dancing Cow with a Polish song about cocaine. Wait, what? Polish dancing? I think it's that one. This song looks really cool, though. Oop. Hydrate? My water was covered. Oh, there's a Miku one. Thank you for the hydrate card. Also, I hope you like your gift card. If Pasuto shows up today, I will inform Pasuto. Oh, I should have fucking asked Pasuto yesterday, but I was doing 5. I will inform Pasuto of what the game was. Hold on, we need a... I can't reach my Steam Deck. Hold on. I don't know how loud this is. Oh, this is with... Oh! That, like, blasted. This one. Hold on. I gotta show you guys the video. Display. I'll just keep him there. I actually do know this song. I've never seen this fucking meme. Oh my god. I mean, that was a pleasant surprise. What's the song? The song was really good that I had just like opened up in another tab. That was just loud as fuck. Let me see if I can find this. Well, that made me dizzy. L79, there you are. Break. Sorry, Lappy. This is what song I had queued up on the other side. The cinnamon roll? Yes, it is cinnamon roll. Borgwar. I hope Borgwar good. Yes, this is cinnamon roll. Jordy got it for me when he went to Japan a long time ago. Fucking now, Jesus, it's been so long. That's when I first like met Jordy, and so he brought back gifts for me and Nikki from there. So I have some other stuff from Japan from him. The Resident Evil hand sanitizer spray. There's no hand sanitizer in it. And by that, I can fill it with whatever I want. I got that. He got that for me. I have a limited images, a Lady Dimitrescu caution sign. And I have a Resident Evil 4 sticker for Ashley, too. That used to live on my phone before Psyduck. Love it. I don't know where to stick that sticker, so she lives in the little casing and does not get put anywhere because I'm too scared to use the sticker. But it is in the middle. I think I got 2 Hello Kitty themed things when he went. This is a nice song. I like this. I like this a lot. The other one is a acrylic charm that is on my car keys. Very nice. I feel short because my mic is like above me. But I think it's fine. Keep finding Lady D art, but you asked that I don't. Oh my god, you're so right. I was like, why did I ask you not to post it? Oh my god, because Kai hasn't seen. I completely fucking forgot. It's like epiphany part of the song, damn. I forgot about that. It hasn't even been that long, but like, to me, everybody has seen Lady Dimitrescu, so I'm still amazed that Kai has avoided the D. The big D. The Miss Big D. Oh my god, if I cosplay one of the sisters for Halloween, I'm gonna have to post a picture of just the sisters so that if Kai wants to know the reference, Kai can see that one. Time to just be Evelyn from The Mummy. Or Shadow. Or, how much is it? It's so expensive though, and I can't... Xeno... costume. I cannot bring myself to spend $100 on a fucking Xenomorph costume, but it's so funny. And they're selling it at Target. Why is it $100? Is it like a one size fits all? What are the pictures for this costume? One of the pictures for the costume is showing the nails, but they have the hand like that. Like, look at my nails. 3, 4, 5. How many fingies does the Xenomorph have? Oh wait, that doesn't seem right. Xenomorph. 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 Show me your hands. Show me your nails. Sir, show me your nails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. What? What? I can't see. What? 2, 3, 4. Oh! Does he? 2, 3, 4. I didn't realize how weird the Xenomorph's hands are. Huh. I never knew the Xenomorph had 6 fingers. Not the little details I look at. God, I hate how he looks. I'm so, like, utterly disgusted because I love the Xenomorph, but, like, they do utterly disgust me. Oh my god, she's so cute! Oh my god! It's the Queen Xenomorph, but she has a little sweater on. 5 would be weird. But we have 5. But I have 5. Imagine I didn't have 5. That'd be crazy. I didn't know. Oh, he's so cute. That would be weird. I'm just actually the Xenomorph. I had to chop off one of my fingers to blend in. It's actually what has happened. How did I land up on... Oh, it's because I was on Lappy. We are going to play through all of Baby No Money's whole fucking album again if I leave it here. Bonga, exactly. Fuck Twitch. What happened? Did it close? Yeah. Time to lock in. I got a community thing where we defend our monster fucker. Hear me out? A community... What do you... Kai, explain yourself. I'm intrigued, but confused. We have reached Sheva, so she's on the menu now. She's so pretty. Like, Sheva is actually such a great character. Anyways, I'm gonna go back. I have figured out... Oh my god, maybe I should just be... You know those people who do Halloween costumes, but they do like the split, and half of the costumes that like it's like the bride, but half of it's the bride, the other half is the groom. What if I do half of it Ripley, the other half is Xenomorph? Be fucking crazy as hell, bro. I could get it by Thursday, October 30th. I could get this costume. I don't even know which size I would need. What the for? I could just... I'm not gonna ever make this. God, it's so stupid. The fucking mouth. I don't need it. So in my Discord, we do a thing where the streamer guesses shit about their community. This week is Monster Fight. Oh, okay. Okay. That's gonna be fun. Scary, creepy pasta Thursday. What's on energetic today? Oh, 165 BPM. Also great. I have a picture for it, or can we look it up to see? Wait, hold on. Xenomorph. If I can get to it. Okay, that one's on Walmart. That's not where I was looking. Take me back. It doesn't make any difference. It's the same exact costume. Thirsty for Sheva? Okay, who do we want to see? The Xenomorph costume or Sheva? Need help? I don't have here. I feel... Doc, what was your go-to, Oh. I clicked the wrong thing. I wanted to zoom into the picture. What's a good hear me out? I feel like we have to come up with some good ones. I don't have these feelings. You should write. Hold on, I'll make it. I promise. Get up. I'll make it bigger. I can't click on it. There you go. This little guy. This is the picture. I didn't know it had that many fingies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't know he had 6 fingies. You can't see me. Hi. I don't know why it's a definition. It's just such a silly... Look at this little guy. Look at the mouth. Like, look at that. It's so funny. Look, we can get somebody who's really bad Ripley. Oh my god, a chest burster. Actually, I could pull together a chest burster cosplay. That's sizing. Oh, look at that. Fuck it up. Holding the waist and everything. You take it low. I do like that. That's so cool. I love... Why is it in the back? Why do they pose like that? Oh my god. Toes. That's so funny. I hate that you can see like little toesies. Share your picture. I ain't got one. Anyway, so that's it. It's very silly. Let me shrink that. It's so silly. It's so silly. It's just, it's $100. I can't spend that money on fucking Xenomorph costume. If you, when that me, Kai, what do you want? Should we pick like a normal hear me out? Queen is pretty standard for most people. I feel like that's a good standard one. Let's pick a good standard one and let's pick, yeah. I'm curious too, Kai. We'll give you some options. It's probably not worth it. No, if I can slowly get stuff to where I can write it off for taxes, then we're talking business. We're at like once a week. The once a week stream in the Xenomorph costume. See, because I had a subathon. I don't have my notes. They're in a different folder. Different notebook. I have so many notebooks. But one of the subathon rewards was a Xenomorph costume. That's what we decided on. There was also AFRICAAA. I had to paint myself. We need to get back into Baldur's Gate. And then I will do AFRICAAA. I think I have a wig for her. Hers was mainly figuring out some of the parts of her costume. The upping one is Winter Lanterns. I feel like I've looked this up before. Oh, sorry, but I'm looking at the hear me out really quick. What an interesting choice. I can't even say huh because I'm like, oh, except for huh for that one. That one's just like that's such a cool. I mean, maybe a little, huh? But like, oh, I don't think I like that anymore. Not that like gross or disgusting. That's, oh, it was sad information I just got. Can see us, no spiders. That's the rules. Organizing is the oh, fair. Hey, that's real enough. And there are some good spider, hear me out. So that's understandable. Loved how they did the phobia mode in Satisfactory. Dude, the arachnophobia mode and grounded is so funny, mainly because there's different levels to it, and with each level it's so funny. Oh, I think this is so sad. The what the frick is this? Winter's Lantern? I didn't realize. Oh, because her body. That's so sad. Hi, turn up. Oh, those items you can get from it. Oh, that's so sad. I saw a picture of somebody analyzing it with a scarf and the seams of the dress and the ruffles and the sleeves. Wow. It grabs your character and a hug and bites you. And at the time I saw it, I was so touched. Your brain out of anything was just like, damn, must be nice. If you have love, you two turn up. I'll do your roll soon, okay? I wanted to find the energetic playlist, and I never did. Oh, great. It's Welcome to the Internet. What a perfect song. It can't be as peak as 2D cat pictures instead. 2D cat pictures. I've never played Satisfactory. Satisfactory. No, you're so right. I forgot about that. I was like, what do you mean? I remember seeing that stuff. Okay, that's a really freaking good. That's so fucking funny. I do like Grounded is really funny because you could take away the legs and leave the fuzzy, but you can take away everything and it's just a ball. But then it does hinder you because then you cannot see the timing of the attacks because the attacks are with the legs. Just ball, yeah. Turns into a little bean. Let me see if I can find like the levels. Grounded, arachnophobia mode. Oh, this is a great one. It's on Twitter. But you know, good enough. It's hard to see because I have to keep it somewhat small. But like, you have the normal spider, and then you take away a couple of legs. You take away the legs, and then you take away the mouth, and then you take away the detail of it, and just turn into a ball, and then turns into this, which I will show you. It turns into that. It just turns into a ball. It takes away all details and turns into a ball. It is very funny with this because then you have the ball, but you have the armor and you can see where the legs is. That image is so crunchy, but it become ball. Just ball. Doesn't Lethal Company have one that turns them into... Yes, it does turn them to error. Does it say... Yeah, it says error. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Because I have it turned on for Lethal Company. I'm not scared of spiders. I mean, I'm scared of spiders, but like, normal scared. Don't want them on me. They still scare me when they are giant and crawling at me. But I do remember that. They do. It just turns into an error. Like, the whole file is missing. I feel like that's even more terrifying. Honestly, fair. That's real as hell. Oh my goodness. I need to drink my coffee. Dude, I can't believe Outlast yesterday. That was crazy. Spiders are cool. I hate the spelling of possums. Opossums? Opossum? Obama. Sorry. Stretcher girl, I actually really needed to. I have an issue with my shoulder right now where anytime like I go, I did it again. I go to like, I did it again. Stretch it back like that. My, believe it's my ligament keeps on going, kunk, kunk, it keeps on popping over. Can I post a link? Why, yes, you can. Trying to fix my chair. There we go. I was trying to do it quietly. Didn't. Oh my god. I love how atrocious some links are. It's the fact there's just the other friendly standing in amongst all of the spiders, but it's just the cats. That's so funny. I really love that it's just a cat picture over it. They said, just take a cat. Cats are nice. You can't be scared of cat. Everything, all of the time. Everything. I had to spell it out. Because if not, people in other countries might think they're possums. Yeah, that's why I'm like, I hate it because I'm like, oh, possum. Oh. Yes. Oh, I fucking love those little guys. They're so cute. God, I love baby possums. They're so cute. America's only marsupial. Animation's just a PNG. I just like the image of the image just being so flat. I love that. It's an easy fix. That's kind of like with the error code. Error code had more definition. It wasn't a 2D picture of like an error code, but like, man, when that thing turns, it's the word error, so it doesn't turn very gracefully. I think that's probably one of my favorite. I think the cat one probably has to be my favorite arachnophobia mode. Error code is very funny. I do like grounded for having levels because some people just don't like the legs. But I like the concept that you can just strip the spider of all its personality. Possums! Possum. I love the little guy. They're so cute. They're so cute and so stupid, but I love them. We need them for the environment. You always want to keep your local possums alive. Because they are good for the environment and they eat ticks. And these ours. Oh, Junior's not here. This is Junior's girly. Let me do that. Oh, get rid of that too. I had so many tabs open. What is wrong with this? Oh, that's where my cat hit me. Oh yeah, I have a forewarning. What is this? Oh, that's the TV show coming out. My internet's kind of been a little wonky today. I think it's fine so far. But just as a forewarning. Welcome to Dairy. When is this one season? Did this come out October 26th? Oh, HBO. Is it? Who's the cast? This TV show looks so interesting. It is the It TV show that's coming out. Oh, yes, the Pennywise. Hell yeah. They didn't drop that budget at all. They still got my man's bill. It's Penny. Possum eats 4,000 ticks every year. Hell yeah. They be eating good. That's why I love them. Yeah, what is it? Welcome to Dairy. Looks really cool. I'm gonna have to see if I can watch it. It started on the 26th. That was a dog. Or a squirrel. One of the two. The movies are good, but the book is... Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really want to read Stephen King. I really do want to. It's one of those, like... I don't read too much horror. Read one horror book. Was supposed to read my other horror book. Yeah, it's literally right above that book. But I haven't. Oh, I'll take that down. I'll bring it to work. I haven't finished Jurassic Park. I have like 20 pages left. I'm not bringing that to work though anymore. This poor book has been through the ringer. This is close enough to horror. It's more thriller, but like, I don't read too much horror. Should have been investigated for that book. Yeah. But it's reasons why I don't read Stephen King, because I'm like, some of those books are fucked. And that was fucked on some different type of levels. Where it was like, interesting choices. So interesting. But the movie's very good. I didn't know until like recently, talking to some people, that Stephen King's books are all connected, and that in my little brain, hey, to see the state of my FNAF books. We should all show off our most destroyed books. I took it to school with me every day for several months. That's basically what happened to Jurassic Park, because I was taking it to work, so it lived in my work bag. The cover is bent in 2 different spots. The corners are being ripped out. There's like dents all along the pages, but for the most part, structurally wise, it's good. I've cracked the spine, but I had to. This thing's too big. I had to crack the spine. Your poor FNAF books. Sucks because Cujo is good. I do love Cujo. I didn't know a lot of the lore about Pennywise himself. In my little brain, because I'd only really watched the movie, so I don't know a whole bunch of lore. Don't read the Stephen King books. Only have heard about them or watched a couple of their like movies, but never have like read the source material. Hi Fire, how are you? But I don't know, Pennywise was I think I had heard about it a long time ago, but like went over my brain. But so I was hearing the information again, because Welcome to Derry brings in a lot of the information. He's like some cosmic fucking being. And I'm like, huh? My little brain was just like, yeah, little demon freak. Nah, he's a cosmic being. Really strong one. But because I forgot all of the books are fucking connected, I would like to watch, is it Dark Towers? Yeah, the Dark Tower, because that has to deal with another one of those cosmic beings. I forgot that Dark Tower was Stephen King. I forgot that that one was a Stephen King story. He's King Cthulhu. I love Cthulhu's name so much. We had a storm here today. Oh. We had a storm here today. His name was Benjamin. We had code orange. Schools were closed. Damn. The code orange makes me laugh, but because I'm in the orange groves. Well, hopefully everything's good over there. No longer have the most destroyed book. It was Alien. The front cover. Oh. The cover's just gone. You ate the cover. You ate the cover, Doc. Sorry, going back to that one. The Dark Tower book is also good. It's a weird boy love thing. I know he's fucked up himself. Mr. King himself. But, like, there's reasons why I don't want to read his books. The fucked up translates into the books. I don't know if I want to read that. But that's just me personally. I don't want to read Cujo. I think I would be bored reading Cujo. Truth be told. Let me see. Stephen King. Oh, I do want to watch The Long Walk. I still need to go see that fucking movie. Damn. Let's see. Can I shimmy my fucking chair? Carrie was good. Oh, I forgot I did The Green Mile. Kind of forgot about that one. Fairy Tale is one of the... Yeah, it's literally the newest book that he has done. When Fairy Tale came out, because I was working at Barnes & Noble when that shit came out, that book is so fucking huge. That shit's chunky as hell, bro. Firestarter is also an interesting... There's so many interesting concepts. Children of the Corn. Forgot about that one. Let me see. I don't think it was a book. No, it was a book. In the Tall Grass, that movie, because I watched it on Netflix when that came out. That was a good movie. That was such an interesting concept. 1922? Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. No, I don't like it. Like, I like that. We had watched so many horror movies that day when I gathered my friends to watch horror movies and when we were in high school, or like just out of high school. I forget. But we watched a whole bunch. We weren't scared. It was fine. And then we ended the night on 1922, which was like, okay, it's not super scary, but like whatnot. We all were like, okay, I'm gonna go home now. I'm okay, we're done. It killed us all off. It was really good. It was just like so disturbing and icky. We all were like, okay, that's it. That's it. Very long time since I read it, but it gives a point of view of Cujo where he's under the effect of rabies. Ooh, interesting. I like that. He writes good books, has great stories. Unfortunately, he adds a little hint of things that you could consider. Yeah. That's what, I am glad with the movies that, you know, they have the biggest of the brains to take out some of that stuff. Because I would have never known unless I heard stuff about the, part 1 of the It story when it is the kids. Because, like, yeah, we really don't need to put that stuff in book. It doesn't add to the story. Oh my god, my poor boy that didn't make it back. I don't think I've ever actually watched the movies. Because I've always watched, like, found flicks or dead meats for like some horror movies because I just don't have time to watch some of them, and sometimes I don't want to watch the really bad ones, so I'm like, please just tell me I want to see the silly haha moments, but I don't want to sit for an hour watching this. But so I don't think I watched the second one. Second one is crazy. That's ominous. Ratatata. Ding ding ding. When they were children, and when the children grow up, you want to add that scene? They're adult. Yeah. Especially with it, since it does deal with them as kids, and then literally they come back as adults. Like, they come back as adults. Like, it's there. It's crazy. That's just crazy. But yeah, I've always wanted to read some of Stephen King's book, but I don't want to be fucked up. I don't want to read that. Also, I don't know if I want to read horror. Horror scares me, but I love it. What is it? Tender horror books about cannibalism. Tender is the Flesh. Also, I don't think I will ever read that, but it was really good. Buy secondhand, don't give him money. Oh, Real as Hell. Also Real as Hell because his books are expensive. Nothing against him, just like actual, when you buy adult books, like not even like adult romance books, like just like even fantasy, some of those shits are so expensive. I go to buy a kid's book, even teens books, $10. Normal adult books, $20. $30 if hardcover. Sometimes it's worth for the hardcover because they're very pretty. It's so much. Against him? Everything against him. Real as Hell. Nothing against the other books that also cost the same price. Like, don't want to give certain money to certain... There's a couple other authors I don't want to give money as well. But like, holy shit, just in general... I know I gotta pay back my dues to the trees that we have chopped to make these books, but like, oh my god, there's so much compared to kid books. I'm like, damn, please, I just want to read. Let's see, Barnes and Noble. Every time I go to Barnes and Noble website, just gives me. I've been looking up Blue Exorcist manga. It just takes me to that every time. The last book I bought full price was some horror collection. Oh, Edgar Allan Poe. Give that bitch money. He'll never see it. But it's okay. Trick or treat. Okay. Oh, Zombie and Brain are friends. How cute. Ow. Let's see. This is all little kid horror. That's all fine, but like it's not what I want. Ooh, The Thing. I forgot Barnes & Noble has movies. I love The Thing. The prequel sequel that they made of The Thing was also really good. CGI wasn't the best, but like I liked the concepts of the like horrific transformations that they did. They just didn't look that good. They're not that far. Okay, let's see. Stephen King The Long Walk, because that's a new one. God damn. Paperback is $16.99, so it's $17. Hardcover is $30. Why these shit so much? Ooh, The Black Phone. Warm Bodies. Ooh, I Am Legend. Cujo. Cujo is probably like the tamest horror movie. Oh, it's so funny because I love horror. I think my dad likes horror. He likes zombies and action. I don't know about my brothers. My mother absolutely cannot do horror. Absolutely cannot. I was telling her, oh, it's really not that bad because she was watching The Menu and I was like, no, that's a horror movie. Like more like thriller, not too like scary. And I was like, no, it's really not that bad because it's really not that bad. Has anybody seen The Menu here? Because I do really love that movie. Very, very entertaining. Very good. But I was so adamant to her that it's not that bad because I'm like, oh, it's just like the normal like action horror where like no bros. Ooh, I highly recommend it. It's really fun. It's a really interesting like payback to the rich type of thing. But like I think it's really well done. And I like a lot of it. But like it had some standard like horror action type thing where there was nothing spooky, but they get hurt. Like it's not body horror, but like people get hurt. And it got to the one point that like one of the chefs, the sous chefs, the kid killed himself because that was his meal that he presented. My mom closed it. She had nightmares after that. I was like, that wasn't that bad. And I'm just like, oh, am I okay? Am I okay? But it wasn't that bad. I want a cheeseburger with fries. Yeah. Cheeseburger to go. She wanted it to go. She didn't want to stay. Ooh. Oh, it's one of those. I love those books because they're so cheap, but it's so nice. I've always wanted to buy those ones of, especially the Lovecraft one. I don't know why I put a space in between his name. But yeah, so my mom really can't do horror. She had nightmares after that one poor scene. I was just like, it wasn't even that bad. It's like a whole, like, it's a whole, like, not sentimental, but like part of the story and like the deep down meaning of it all that I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Okay. And I'm like, oh no. But so I'm telling my mom to try to watch Alien Romulus because I love that movie. It was so good. Uses them as Halloween decor. They do feed the decor. I don't know why there's a space in my words right now. That's happening. Hello, Kevin. How are you? This is FNAF. Yes, it is. I'm now realizing my ears are... No, they're just about correct. Called off work, so I'm good. Oh, hell yeah. How you feeling? Oh, you got the... Hold on. I don't remember exactly what it was because I don't know the letters. I don't know the letters. I scrolled immediately too high. Got your name's DM of sliding. DM of sliding. Say something that might be just a little bit. Sure. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah. Ignore my English today. My English is really bad today. Don't ask why. I don't know what's happening to me. I have to go out later, so my brain's just on like sleep mode. My brain's on idle mode because I need to conserve energy because I'm going out tonight for Not Scary Farm. So nothing is happening properly, apparently. But you're in the scholarship, right, Kevin? Right? Like a DM was sliding. I need to close out these books. Oh, I guess I do need to be in my Discord because I need to gather my little bear soon. Eventually. Oh, we've been talking for an hour. Percent wrong. No, that's real. I mean, it's good to know what the cat's name and to know it's bad, but like I think it's fine to still get a little chuckle out of it. Improv class, fuck it up. That's exciting. Are you very excited? You should be excited. Improv class is fun. I've never actually probably taken an improv class. I would love to. Okay, next song. That song has been stuck on my repeats because I don't listen to it a lot, but every time it comes on, I'll listen to it. And then I'm like, okay, listen to like a minute of it, got my fill of the song, and then I skip it. And it still ends up on my repeat. I'm doomed. Doomed. Also, I just want to say my desktop screensaver has finally changed. I got rid of Scaramouche and it's Nami and it's very pretty. Pumped. I've always liked improv but never did it. Honestly, fair. Improv is really fun. It was really good. And like, I don't know, it's a silly fun time. So that's really exciting. I'm so hyped for you though, Kevin. You just skipped Lone Digger. Okay, so I know that's the word that I just said. Like, that is most literally the word. But my like a heart dropped with that. That felt so wrong saying that. Hold on, going back to it. I love Caravan Playlist. Do they have anything new? Like, I did not like saying that word. My entire being shifted when I said the title of the song. Ooh, these are all remixes. Oh, there's a whole bunch of remixes. Hold on. I'm gonna skip it again. Because they have a new mix song of it. You guys talking about Lovecraft's Cats? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Doc brought it up. You watched the music video? I have. Not in a long time, though. It has been a hot minute. Well, they have some singles that came out. Sorry, now you have me on Caravan Palace. Stale fish edit? What is the normal city cook? I haven't listened to Caravan Palace in so long. Oh, I have heard this. This is a city cook stale fish edit. Sorry, I'm just skipping through all the songs. I'm so like intrigued. It's wrong, but I still check on the name because of how ridiculous. Honestly, and that's fair. You know it's bad. You know it's bad, but like I think it's still good to like to get good chuckle out of things. No cap, no lie. I love Caravan Palace. I think one of my favorite songs from them is I like comics, but what is it? It's from this album. April and Water Guns. Something else from this album too. Chronologic. That album is what I listened to when I was at my first 4-year university. We be yapping today. Laughed. Perfected a genre. The man's allowed once. I don't think that's how that works. He did perfect a genre. He did. It's good. Caro. Let's see. Should be this one. Because this is both of them. We'll just add that CQ. I just love how calm their music is. It's very relaxing. So it's what I used to listen to a lot walking around campus, especially when I had to walk to the bus. Tempest. Ooh. Sorry, that's my favorite composer. I'm just gonna add that. I'm still like calm now. I'm a lot more calm than I was yesterday. Yesterday was a very hyped stream. I had a lot of fun with that. I cannot believe, I feel so stupid with how I treated that one trial when I got stuck in it for an hour, but I genuinely, like, I don't know what the freak was going on. I was so overwhelmed with having the invasion that, like, I, like, just screwed it up so badly. I was just like, I don't know what's happening. They're the ones that got me into Swing. Ooh, honestly, a good choice to get into Swing with them. Their music is so good. Ratadan. Ratadan. I did buy Kai, one of the games that Kai has listed. I cannot say the other one because the other one is, in fact, has been given to our lovely little Quiet. So, Quiet may do what he wants with that game. Name of the game. Don't. Which I'm gonna be a menace for. Dude, I'm so excited for today. Bro, we haven't played Resident Evil in so long. Because you weren't feeling well, and then I had to go, and then now we're finally back. It's almost been a month without Resident Evil. It hasn't. It really hasn't. It's a little stim game. I'm excited. This is it? Yes, this is it. I did find it. I love them so much. United Nations Day. October 24th. Oh, that's tomorrow. Well, I have you all here. Let's look at some horror games. Art creators. I love the aesthetics of art creators. Dispatch came out. Dispatch looks really good. We have it in the family share, but I'm gonna wait a little bit to play it because it's only like the first chapter and whatnot. Oh my Jesus Christ. Survival, psychological horror. Oh my god, dude, I'm playing more of Silent Hill, like slowly, like playing like maybe 20 minutes each time. So it's gonna take me a long time to beat it. That shit's so different. It's crazy. I hit the sneeze, brother. Tormented Souls 2. Did that just come out? Oh. It did. I haven't even played Tormented Souls 1. Let me just add this to the wish list. Okay. Going back to looking at this. Tolkien. That's fair, that's fair. We gotta figure out what to play for Halloween. I think I might pick... Hello? Okay, dogs. Okay, dogs. They're running all around. Gorilla tag. Why is man hot on the image? Dude, I want the dinosaur horror game. I want the dinosaur horror game. I want to play dinosaurs. I need to email people. I've been ignoring it all week. Let's trials. Let's see. New and trending. Version. Ooh. Escape the Backrooms got an update. I think I should play Dark Hours. Suffocate. What is Suffocate? Came out. I don't know, but we're adding it. I don't like it. It showed me a scary monster. I'm a bit of a fan of his too, just because I didn't enjoy reading her. Yeah. I mean, that's my biggest problem with Harry Potter right now is because don't like that bitch. Don't like that bitch. But especially, like, I feel like there is a whole lot of us that, like, we understand she's bad, But it's so hard when you grew up with that, especially for some people. Like, it was a big part of my life, but for some people who like live, breathe, and eat Harry Potter, like that's hard to like then just like try to give up something. Hey, studies, lyrics taught me that people will read into everything regardless of the writer's intent. No problem separating the art from the artist. And that's fair. I want you to... Doug, we're having a normal conversation here. And you said, ah, shit, I gotta say my one line. Trenches VR. Oh, is Trenches the one that scares me that I was thinking of? Yeah, I think Trenches is the scary one that we're, Audifiditum reminded me of. Stance on it, she hates it. Jicko, Icar, but can't let go of her entire childhood, and she really complicated feelings, and it isn't just... Yeah, that's what, like, some people are... I've, like, started arguments, and I've talked with a lot of people about it, because I have a lot of different people who are, like, different levels of how much Harry Potter meant to them as a kid. And some people just, like, just give it up, like, it's fine, like, it's no... Just, like, stop buying stuff for that. I'm like, that's really hard when that was your entire childhood, when it like meant a lot to you. Oh, 9 Inch Nails. I want to listen to 9 Inch Nails. Can you go away, Chess? I'm gonna 9 Inch Nails. Oh, my cat has awoken. There we go. There we go. Tron. Oh my god, they did a lot of... They did the entire album. This is the song I want, though. Why is it in my left ear? So 9 Inch Nails a couple of weeks ago, one of the best concerts of my life. Hell yeah, okay. I haven't listened to them in so long. Like, only ever listened to a couple songs by them anyways. But I love them. But then they did the Tron stuff, and I'm like, fuck yeah. Crime Detective, Red Flags. Interesting. Ooh, that's an interesting horror game. I'm trying to find a horror game. And I think I want something kind of like Chilla's Art. Oh, there's some... Oh, I forgot that actually came out. By Sweet Carol. I know, Kai, you sent me some stuff for it. I had been watching the pre-release and, like, testing of it before. It looks really interesting. Death Ground. That's Dinosaur's group game? Ooh, I don't like that. Oh my god. My cat's reflection scared the shit out of me. Their tour was sponsored by Disney, so they had the best light show I've ever seen in concert. Fuck yeah. That's such an interesting thing to be sponsored by. Knowing who they are. But, like, it makes sense because it's Tron. So, yeah, I get it. But that's fucking sick as hell. We have Mochi. Also, Kai, will we be playing the game soon? It has a face that's interesting. Oh, it's that one. You have to find the imposter. That's such a detailed cover, and then it's the stupidest little art style. Hi, Mochi. I think my friend did to someone that was... Or he showed a painting of the castle. And yeah, he said... She's like, that's fair. I hate his art, be honest. But I have a... I'm against... oh. Sorry, I just ran into a really scary horror game. I mean, it is really hard, and especially when something like certain media that you grew up with then becomes bad. It's really hard to, like... Some people have an easy time separating it, and some people don't. How does one explain a robot being... Let's see. Also, hi, Reynard. Sometimes they just got that pizzazz to them. Sometimes it's just like, I would. I don't know how, but I would. So let's see it. He was kicked out. See why he was... Yeah, I see why. Yeah, no pizzazz in him. Some videos of your general. Ooh. Okay. Okay, Mochi, please don't. There is a game I want to play. I need to figure out what the name of it is. I'm scrolling through horror games. It's like, I want to fuck it. 2B is a perfect example. 2B makes sense, though. To be honest, sometimes, I don't know, you just look at a character and say, yeah, I would. Sometimes it's like, couple drinks down would. Sometimes it's the, no, I wouldn't even need a drink. Ooh, Lightkeeper looks good. You got the fair twist amongst it of like some of them it's just like give me 1 or 2 drinks, I'll be fine. I would. Oh my god, we played a Dead Take. A lot of people didn't like that as much. It was a good game, but like they wished it was more. Don't look at Granny. What's that? Fallout 4? Sentry bot. Wait, let me look at what that looks like. Sorry. There was a cat in front of me. Which one? There we go. You know, that's fair. For me, it would be a pass, but like, I see why. I could see why. What's the sentry one? Sentry bot. Thank God I don't have to type it in. Oh, interesting for a sentry bot. To which one? Assault. The first one. The first one. The first one. I don't know why I struggled with that name so badly. Oh my god, when does Ill come out? Oh. To be announced. Take your time, Ill. You're gonna be sick as fuck, bro. I miss back rooms. I miss back rooms. Okay, let me click on back rooms. I'm trying to find us horror games. Not for today. I know I have so many in my library, though. Yes. I'm not gonna I struggled so much with that for no fucking reason. I wonder if I could... I could, and then it let me down. Ooh, I have a soundtrack on here. What is your opinion? Okay, hold on. We're looking. Quad. That's how you spell quad. What am I spelling? Oh, is they all together? Okay, what what type of opinion we're looking for here? They're so funky looking. Why does he look like he got heels on each one of his hands? Second, I thought you were going to say I miss back shots. I was about to get conservative Midwest dad version. You were about to be concerned for my life. You know which one? I mean, I feel like I don't have too many robots on my list. I feel like robots don't end up being high on my list, but I feel like a couple drinks in, sure, fuck it. Fuck it. Would be much better than the dredge from DBD, because at least with a robot, it wouldn't smell stinky and like decay like the dredge from DBD. Okay, you're on my headphones cord. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, that's such a silly... Oh, somebody 3D printed him. Oh, that's so cute. Machine for real? For real, for real. Oh, somebody like broke down the whole thing for like 3D printing. That's really cool. Oh, he's huge. He's a lot bigger than I thought. That robot is a lot bigger than I thought it was. You know, that's my own fault. Yeah, I should have looked at that picture. That thing's fucking massive, bro. Hear me out, says the robot made from... Okay, well now I need to look at that. Okay, Mochi, close your eyes. Sorry, there is a cat in front. Oh, she's so cute. I have not seen her in so long. I haven't seen a lot of the characters from the show in so long. That's fair. That's like the Meet the Robinsons. With all respect, the dump truck. She was fucking around. I forget her name. No, it wasn't Meet the Robinsons. What's that fucking robot? What's that robot one? You robot round. Dumping for real? Is she from Meet the Robinson? I don't remember Meet the Robin. No. It had to be. No, it's like that same art style. Where? If I type in round, it's not. It's the other. Called robots? Okay, you know exactly. It's that same like era for me. I just wanted to say though, thank you, Doc. I'm glad you knew exactly what I was talking about. She's so cute. Like, she is actually so cute. But like, oh my god, it's the funniest shit ever. Like, she is so funny. Yeah, the blue robot. Yeah. Know what you're talking about? I'm glad. Me and Kevin were like, it's there. I know what this is. Doc said, I got the information for you. Enemies from Destiny 1? Oh, interesting. Yeah, the robot is cute. Now I have to go back and look at that. I agree with that. She is cute. Evil robot is evil. Oh my god, why he's so evil looking? I'm so glad we're all on the same brainwave link. Brave wink. This was definitely no, fair. Dude, some of this shit even in ooh, the concert videos, yay! And some of the TV shows we watch, oh my god. All of the fetish farming and a lot of the kid shows, like specifically like Kid when we were kids, is crazy. Because like, yes, I love Totally Spies, and I still do. But now looking back at it and a lot of the stuff in it, I'm like, that shit's crazy. Ooh, pass on that, Fanny. Okay, fair enough. She do got a dump truck though. It's no buts about that. Nobody can deny that. I cannot stand up. I'm attached to the cat. She got absolutely dummy dick. Sorry, I was looking at what time it was, and I was trying to process that. Okay, my little Kai. Hip hip. My little Kai, are you ready for Resident Evil? Oh, Punk Tactics. We'll keep yapping until you're ready. Put Nami on my screen. Turn around and face it, doesn't matter. Goddamn. Want to visit her house on a Sunday dinner? Not dessert? Fair. When you at? Yeah! I need to prep for everything because, and I say that like in the sense that like we cannot tap out of this game. We cannot tap out of this game. I am trying not to kill my computer today. So we're being gentle with the computer. So we are fixing everything before we are even opening up this game. As much as I can. Okay, let me get this. We'll just turn that down just a little bit. I turned that down a lot, I'll have you know. Didn't actually turn it down just a little bit. Kidnap. That scared the shit out of me, Nikki.
I'm sorry,
Happy
I got
anniversary,
distracted
Pookie.
playing Ratatan.
Ratatatan. Oh,
Happy anniversary, Pookie.
Pookie! It's my Pookie! Hi, Nikki. Thank you, Nikki. It's Pookie! Okay, okay. We're pausing the music. We're closing that. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm so scared. I broke my computer again last night. I black screened it.
The attack.
It was the little, you could hear the trying to hold it back. And you just like, oh my god, resident Eva, resident Eva, sorry.
It's the
Yohoi,
three
yohoi.
attacks in the game are because it's a rhythm game, you do silly little rhythm game things. So the three attacks are yahoy 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 hoy, zuntakatan, and
Oh.
rata rata ratatan. And I can't stop.
The ratatata is gonna get me because for vocal warm-ups, there is a whole it's about 1:45. I forget the whole thing, but it's about a dragon. But at one point, it's like they beat the drum with ratatatatatatatatan, and that's gonna. Oh. I saw the name of the game. I was like, ratatatatatatatata. They beat the drum at the
then
quarter
for
to
me,
two.
it's just
Ratatatatatatatata.
yahoy 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 hoy, which Reynard knows. And then zuntaka zuntaka ratatan.
I like the zintaka. That tickles my. That tickles my brain.
Yeah, so you can do different texts with the attacks, and there's either zuntaka zuntaka ratatan or zuntaka zuntakatan, and that's it. And that's my brain activates.
Oh yeah, Pasuto, that's the name of the game. That's the one I bought. Kai.
Ratatan.
I was also listening to you, but baffled by Doc's question. Since we're talking about robot fucking, if a woman has a martial aid that buzzles, buzzles. I mean, normal people wouldn't admit it, Doc. But yeah, they do be a robot fucker. Okay, wait. We're changing things. I'm sitting here in silence with just you. As we're just like.
So, Pseudo,
I'll let you go
I
off.
did mention that I wasn't sure if it was a PSP or a PS Vita game. But I guess that must have been missed. I need to.
I flipped which way you were facing. And you went to the middle of the screen.
No!
You're not facing the wall, okay? You're not going to talk to the wall.
I need to copy and paste that.
Are you going to stay as this PNG? This punga, as one may say?
Yes.
Okay.
I will not fuck around this time.
I will not fuck around and find out. Able to be Sheva to your Chris today? Absolutely not. If you would like to be Sheva at all today, Pseudo, you just tell me. You just join. Truth be told, you just join. You just join. Did I have? Did I ever have you as a punga? Pseudo? I bet. Yeah, even if you can't join today, if you can join at random times when we play this, fuck it up. Patapan. Patapon?
Yeah, Patapon.
Patapon.
Oh my god, hello.
The Danish have invaded.
That scared the shit out of me. The fucking little noise. Oh, cool. Oh my god, you're here before I even opened up the game. Fungi. Get in here, Fungi.
The Fugi.
Library sources. Ooh, there it is. Copy.
Okay. I need to check. I installed Resident Evil. I'm completely like.
Who the fuck is Psum? Under.
Unsupported game version,
yeah.
not disabled. What?
What did you
Huh?
do?
Danish.
I just I reinstalled it. I don't know why it said that. That reminds me. I'm gonna close that program because I. Wait. Why is it so big?
Also, hello. I don't think I've
Hello.
talked to you before.
In voice, maybe my memory is. Let's just say depression does a number on the brain cells that's supposed to remember stuff.
That's so fair. That's so fair. Also, you mentioned you're Danish, and all of my Swedish friends are going to attack you.
They say,
Yeah.
why did I
Listen,
Mr.
it's
Krabs?
like sibling rivalry. You know, you have like
Oh, I'm
an
fully aware.
older. Yeah.
I'm fully aware.
Da, da, da.
Oh, I should.
Yeah, ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta.
Sound.
Oh, I can do that. I put Pseudo on top of you, so Pseudo's controlling you, like like Ratatouille, so that it's you playing, you know, like Ratatouille. Also, hi bud, how you doing? I was setting up everything.
Stunning.
Oh, ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. As for I beat that drama at.
A while ago, I ordered like a Lego set, which is like basically just like this minifigure
Legos.
and this giant brick built minifigure, and his cap can be opened to put the little minifigure inside the cap, so it looks like he's doing a ratatouille.
We love that. I'm not gonna freak this game out. I am not gonna freak this game out.
But have you considered?
I have.
Now the question is, is everything working as intended?
That's a good question. If it doesn't and you have to leave,
Never.
no problem. If it works and you get to stay,
We will see. Are
fuck
you
it up.
in? Just tell me when you're in like a game. You know, invaded like it's Dark Souls.
Not the fucking invasions again. Just like Outlast Trials. Play game. I accidentally went back. I was thinking so hard and then I hit the back button. I think if I hit continue, it should put us. Why, yes. Man, I'm buff. Online.
The question is who's gonna play as who?
Invite.
Friends,
I can.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what Rogue's crazy.
Okay, so invite only.
So I will just invite. Infinite ammo?
That is if one of us has infinite ammo weapons unlocked.
Attack reaction.
I don't remember what I have. Oh, attack reaction's funny.
Oh, but can I invite you at this stage? I don't think so.
You should be able to.
Holy shit! Why did I organize?
Not allowed.
The fucking no.
Yeah, I can join you.
Oh hell yeah! You can organize your own pockets then.
Load content, load successful.
Oh. The way you're reloading, I was like, well. So I have decided I no longer care about doing this authentically. I'm gonna bring out my bad boy guns.
We don't need to do this authentically.
Exactly.
Bulletproof.
We're not taking this seriously.
Just like.
What was I doing last time I played?
That's such a mood. Crit. Why is this one like. Firepower 250? Did I. Is that my actual good one? An issue of being Sheva? Why do you have an issue of being Sheva? Danes and Swedes are feuding. That's like Australia. They hate us. Why? I don't know. We love them.
That was more like
true.
the Australia
Who is going
and the
to
Brits.
play as who?
No, Australia has a one-sided beef with the US.
Oh.
Don't know why. I do like the snipers. Egg. Never can forget egg. Oh, she's left hand only. I remember you saying that.
I do have rotten eggs.
I just looked over at your inventory. I've been so focused on mine. I was like, what the fuck's happening over there?
Like, That's-
Can I have more grenades? Oh, okay, 5 max.
no.
Yes. Mm.
Hello?
Egg.
I eated it.
Egg. Egg. Sorry, I had a stroke there saying egg because I didn't want to say egg, and then I said it, and then I said it again. And hates us, including the US, rightfully so. Fair, but Australia really has a one-sided beef with us. For like, no reason.
Oh,
Mine.
One of the beefs is because you guys control their supply of like medicine, and there's like a very severe Adderall shortage in the Australia.
That's real as hell.
because of the US.
That one's real as hell. I'll accept that one.
Wait.
They were making fun of us. No, this
Why
is...
do we
What is this?
Wait, why do I have 2 P8s? Hold on. Oh no, they just look the same.
What is the better rifle? I mean, I think the shotgun is fine, right? Meow. Is this flash grenade?
Sarah, did you have...
Yeah.
Did you have infinite ammo enabled?
Meow.
No.
Okay. Alright, I actually gotta...
I should have turned it on. I don't know if I have it. Yeah. What the fuck is that shotgun?
Oh, that's the Hydra.
What the fuck? I just looked over. I'm like,
Helena's-
huh?
That's Helena's shotgun in Resident Evil 6.
That's crazy. Remove.
Chris,
Remove.
if you have that shotgun with Chris and his Mad Max skin, he'll have like unique animations while using it.
I didn't even know that was a shotgun in here. I'm like, what the fuck is that? What weapon do I want? Magnum.
I don't know. What weapon do you need?
Oh, now I remember what I was doing. I was trying to like fully upgrade all weapons to unlock infinite ammo for them.
Ah. Okay, nice.
Oh, I'm poor.
Am I poor? I actually don't know if I'm poor. I'm not poor.
Me too, buddy.
You have purchased all the upgrade? Oh. I haven't purchased this one. Upgrade. Upgrade. Upgrade.
Couldn't you also buy ammo? Or am I confusing this with like a different game that lets you do that?
Oh my god. You can buy explosive rounds.
Oh, grenade rounds, right.
Oh my god, I can buy weapons? Is that where you fucking got that shotgun?
Load.
Okay, stun word.
Ooh.
Melee vest.
I could buy it and give it to you, actually.
And the minigun on Chris?
But
You
it costs
can't
like
use the shotgun.
30k.
Box on Chris.
and I only have 16.
Box of you. Interesting. But it boot best. Oh, that's what you have. You have the melee vest. I have the bulletproof
Oh,
vest.
wait, what difficulty are we actually on?
I think normal.
The standard.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
okay, in
normal,
that case, I should not care about the melee vest.
Because I'm just like, we're just trying to get through this. I say as we're intensively thinking about, what should I bring? What do I have? Can I wish I could double stack
What do you-
the health stuff.
What do you feel?
Why can only one vial go with one vial?
Wait, oh, right, they don't stack. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll keep my 3 on me. Like, I don't really care. I guess I'm ready. You let me know when you're ready. Ithaca.
I'm like debating which sniper to bring with me.
Ithaca 37. Which one's Ithaca 37? I guess I don't really...
That is the the basic pump shotgun.
guess I will continue. Have I ever...
I'm a bit more of an M3 person.
That's real as hell. Wait, didn't I have one that was fully? Wait, hold on. What's this one? Details. Oh, but that's not fully.
Wild.
Oh, we just do that.
Bolt action rifle with a capacity of 20.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Hi, Shaden. Welcome back, Shaden. Are you double stacked? Me?
Aren't we all a little stacked?
I'm sure. I'm not stacked.
Haha.
M3, my dream shotgun. M3. M3. Did I lightning hawk? Did I lightning hawk? Did I hate... I can't say Jordy's name because if I bring up Jordy's name, he will magically appear.
Did you lightning till she hawked 2 wood?
She'll lightning on my heart.
So,
I'm saying big boobs. Well, I'm not stacked. No, I'm Chris. Actually, just kidding. I take that back. Yes, I am because I'm Chris Redfield and he's pretty stacked.
And can you believe they fucking, like, twinkified him in 7?
Yeah. And then they rebuilt him up.
Yeah.
They really twinkified him and they said, I'm sorry. Here, we're stuffing it back in.
Kirk.
Oh my god, you had that. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot I didn't turn on my sensitivity.
Oh, my controls. Oh, boy.
Yep.
Keyboard, mouse. Spotlight.
Oh yeah. Kai, you can look a pretty woman. She's so pretty.
Really
you know
woman.
it.
Oh my god.
He is.
So we're double stacked. I need to buy what I'm.
damn.
Yeah, honestly, best Chev outfit. I do agree.
Oh, right. It won't let me do that. This stinky.
Open the door. Ow.
Bite it.
Bite it.
Your...
Bite it.
Open the door.
If it won't let you, then bite it.
You right?
The simplest way of doing things.
Hey, Sarah.
How do
Come here,
I?
puppy. Come here, puppy.
Oh, don't do that. No, put it.
Oh, wait.
Mr.
Meet the crosshair setting.
Mr. Redfield, put that away. Okay. How's
Oh, is that why
Ooh.
they had that mod?
Come on.
I'm pressing all the buttons right now.
Come on.
What's this button do? Nothing.
Be
What does that do?
buttons.
Okay, we figured out what that. Oh, E opens that. Wait, does tab also open that? No, E opens that. Mr. Redfield, don't do your idle animation.
There was a
Ooh.
setting to bring back the normal laser, but I don't remember where that setting is.
Who hit me? Reynard. Right. That felt so scolding. Reynard.
Probably right.
Gunnar outfits, but this I agree. There are more Gunnar outfits. I love Sheva's voice actor because she also dresses as the
Okay, I'm
alternative
gonna
outfits.
Quickly alt tab. I don't know if that's gonna do anything to the game.
Hell yeah.
You should be safe. I'm not safe if I do that. My computer's been killing itself. Maybe I stand.
Oh, it's because I have to install the quality of life mod. That's why it was outdated.
Hello, tall people.
Oh
Oh my god, wait, I made it too tall. Just clips through the skirt. It does. The skirt isn't real.
Let me see.
I'm a little Chris Redfield. I should really turn down my sensitivity because then I can just do that.
I'm gonna quickly install that mod.
Come on, oh my god, I get left with Sheva with the outfit.
Beautiful.
Ah, everything
My gift
is
to you.
everything is restored. Isn't there like a... You know, I could plug in a controller and make my life easier, but... Holy shit. Why would I do
That's
such a
making
thing?
it so much easier.
Exactly. I forgot there's medallions. Sheva, what the fuck are you doing over there?
Silly.
I'm like over here minding my business, taking my time, and I look and she's on the other side of the fucking fence.
She's doing what I would be doing right now.
Sometimes you just gotta be a little silly.
A silly little guy. Why do I hear walking? That ain't Shiva. Climb. Shiva, how did you get over there so fast?
She's moving.
Yeah, she really did.
Take this.
Oh. She just fucking gave me ammo. She waited
Oh,
all
that's
that.
Oh, my ammo!
Yeah.
No.
But she waited that entire time. And then just shoved it in my pocket. I didn't get a choice. Shoved it in my pocket. Oh, V.
Come on! Come on!
I love yelling. I guess I can wait on this screen. I can buy the. Why am I back to the?
Yeah.
Oh, I can buy the
I got
Hydra
jump scared
now.
by fucking Duran Invisible. God damn it.
Iconic. Legendary. I could buy the hefty Hydra. I like my sniper though.
Let's see. Well,
My fucking wrist.
thanks, Steam. Search to authorize game session. And I should be able to still join even with the patch installed.
Hell yeah, you should
Cannot
be able
join
to.
this game because the player's using an older version of the game.
I'm using an older version of the game.
Okay. I have a quick solution if you do not mind the quick little escapade.
What type of escapade?
Installing the quality of life fixes. It's literally you just drag and drop it. Let me give you the link. You can drag and drop a file, right?
I can drag and drop. I just have to close the entire game because I'm so scared of this game. What do I drag and drop it into?
The same folder the game is installed to.
It's a really good question.
The link I gave you should have like a handholdy handholdy guide.
Saving content. Oh, save success. Oh, okay, it'll just start me right there.
Well, it'll save your inventory and then bring you back to the most recent
that.
checkpoint.
Let's put this over there. Oh, move. Please move. Put that there. Where the freak is it? There's a medallion on
later part of the game that Sheva cannot get normally.
the dumpster and Sheva is like Sarah too
Damn.
short. Hey, you shut the freak up.
That's why you use a grenade.
I'm too short. Oh. Oh my god. I'm a fucking idiot, okay? Okay.
No, don't say that.
I don't like reading. Reading is my worst enemy.
Okay, so under download, go to
I'm
patch
just-
install.
Where the frick is the
Click
download? They've given me so many things on this page that I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, you're scrolling past the fixes list.
Yeah, and then they
I
just... Oh, here we go. The download was smushed in between the how to install and all the fixes.
Yeah.
Do I need the first one or second one? Patch install?
Second one.
Okay.
First one is I'm going to assume that you don't need it because it's more a just in case because of
What happened to the game? Don't worry, Shayla. We'll be right back. Download. Download anyway.
Someone
I'm like-
stole the game.
Yeah, Kai did it.
like yeah. Kai was being
I
hungry.
did.
Did.
Dang.
Okay.
Spaghetti for
The
dinner.
board girl wasn't to know.
Where is Resident Evil? Resident. Oh, I'm in all caps. Fortunately, I am very known for breaking things, so
You are.
I'm hoping this will work. Local main should be here. Scrolling. Come in. Yeah. Come in. Yeah. Yeah.
Shaylin, but I was hungry. I had to eat it.
You did it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Kai's a growing baby.
And every time I say it, I physically have to add more to it. So you eat it.
No, it was
It's like phenomenon.
What's it? Where's-
Nom 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 nom.
Where did I put it?
That's what I said when I edited the game.
This bottom E. Remember? You coming? Ah, there we go.
No.
I found it. Okay. Next. That's the wrong tab. This is extract here. Where did you put it? Okay. Delete that. So do I drag both things because it's the native PC and the plugins?
Yes. Both of them into the folder, and when it asks you to overwrite stuff, just yes for everything.
So replace files and destination?
E.
I'm like locked in staring. We're gonna delete this from over here.
Oh, that means that you're probably also gonna have a smoother experience with mouse and keyboard. Because if I remember correctly, the quality of life fix removes stuff like mouse acceleration and a bunch of other jank.
So I just see shit. I make snacks. No eat game. I make snacks. Shaylin makes good fucking snacks, bro. Best fucking snacks around. She is a snack. No, she's a meal.
Over to America.
You just reminded me.
I
I've
gotta
like
go over to America and
Pinocchio,
eat it.
I have like 4 bags of cinnamon rolls.
Pinocchio. Oh, okay. Yes,
I have a
Doc.
bag of Maltesers in the fridge that I'm gonna grab in a minute.
Ooh.
I'm jealous. I haven't had those in a while. Western Weevil.
That's
Live.
so good.
Okay, put me right there. Sure. Co-op settings? Excuse me. Invite only. Okay. Yummy! I love you!
I like how you said it's invite only and I'm still able to join.
Yeah. I mean, that's like Left 4 Dead. Me and Nikki play it all the
Steam
time.
Friends kind of override that, I think.
There's instances in Left 4 Dead, though, where you change it to friends only and it's a private match and people still can join. Don't know. Other snacks about yes, Shaylin. I missed that brie butter. That was so good. The full damage? Yes, she is.
You cannot join this game session because the player is using the older version of the game. Huh?
That's crazy. How old is my game?
That is insane.
That's weird
I
because
think
that's what the patch thing is supposed to fix.
Me just like, how old is my game? It's at least 3. Yeah, where the frick
I can just send you the folder that I use.
What the freak? Where the freak did my... Oh, did all of my...
It's a subfolder. Oh yeah, fucking Nitro, whatever the fuck, they want me to pay like $10 for a month.
Mochi, what are you doing? She's eating her toes.
Damn.
He's eating her toes.
When you grabbed the folder and dropped it into the same folder as Resident Evil 5, did you replace everything that it asked?
I said replace files. I said, okay.
Huh.
One of those issues that if you download the mod, you have to restart your Steam?
I just dragged and dropped it without research.
Yeah.
Oh, I think what might be the case is you would have to download the Microsoft with the suitable thing, maybe, possibly.
Which one?
That is the on the download thing. That's the one that's like the prerequisite thing I said to ignore. To be fair, it's kind of like
There we go.
how do you say it?
Uh,
Actually, have you ever had a game where it was like, oh, you have to download DirectX whatever version?
no.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I don't like this one. Microsoft Visual CC Plus. I don't like that one.
Just bite
It's
or Resident
okay.
Evil.
I don't like
It's
that
okay.
one.
I can vouch for
evil.
you.
I don't like that
And if
one.
it breaks your PC, you're fully liable to sue me.
I don't like that one. What's that gonna replace on my computer? I don't like me. Just I
It's
need to
not gonna
call.
replace anything.
Need to call my tech support. My tech support's at work. Fuck.
What do you call it?
Oh hey, I never became online on Discord. Hold on. Sidetrack brain.
It's like. Oh, go ahead.
Install repair?
Install.
I don't have install. Repair or
repair?
uninstall?
Repair, I guess.
To 2022. What do I have on my computer? I probably have a newer one.
Or you might have a version that doesn't work.
That might be it. Because I don't want to repair and because I've had a lot of issues with my computer. Did I cancel? Yes. Oh, I just love docs. Let me see. That was visual. I don't know where the freaking plus is.
But if I remember correctly, Microsoft's Visual like C++ with the suitable, it's like a library thing. Think of it as like whenever you get like a driver updates your graphics card, but it's more like you have a library that the game relies on, kind of.
Interesting.
Like a book that you put under a table that's
There's KMD.
you know,
So high quiet.
something like
Program files. Programs 86. Yeah. Me digging through my computer's brain really quick.
yeah, dependency files, what Lee said.
Turn up. Will this break my computer?
Yes. Yes, it will.
So it's just seeing one of the files. Audacity. Yeah, me too, computer. Me too, computer. TF2 coconut?
Just like you had the audacity.
TF2 coconut? That, yeah.
There was, I don't know if it's actually been confirmed, but there was a thing where there was like an image, just a random image of a coconut in the install files for Team Fortress 2, and if it got removed for any reason, the game couldn't launch.
I love that. I did that to my OBS recently.
Yesterday I was confused why my my desktop was like completely empty, and then I realized that it's because the wallpaper I used was from a game that I had uninstalled.
Oh.
And I forgot to take the wallpaper into like a different folder.
She's one. I don't wanna mess with my computer. I'm waiting for my turn up.
That turnip.
Turn up. It's not real. There's, however, a picture hidden behind a couple of the maps, a jar of milk, and if you got rid of the milk, the game would crash on those maps. That's so funny. Not the jars. Ooh. My frame's dropped. Ooh, what is that? Why is my CPU at... Okay. Turn up, my turn up. May I ask question? Ew. What the hell?
I got a random friend request from someone I have no friends in common with.
Interesting.
And the only games they have
I'm not gonna lie.
are
Uh-huh.
Counter-Strike and Dota.
Oh, that's a scam. They're trying to get you to pay for Counter-Strike stuff.
You see now?
Someone tried to
I'm a mess you
No,
turn up.
Pseudo, when you friended me the other day, it confused the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Where's my turn up?
I think it was like last week where I got a friend request from someone who's already on my friends list, and they just replicated their entire
Oh.
profile.
Oh, I'm talking to you in all caps. I'm sorry, turn up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to verify that you were actually you because I'm a bit too paranoid for that.
Entirely fair.
It's just like, are you real? Are you a bot?
No, I am not human.
I'm
Okay.
not human. I'm a bear.
I asked my IT.
A
My
care
second
bear.
IT.
Bear.
He's fucking the wood. Oh, I hate doing this. I don't like downloading things on my computer.
No.
Oh, I don't like it. Oh, I really don't like it. Okay, that's fine. My bitrate just went up. That was all. That's what I didn't like.
Oh.
I think it's down normal. My internet's been really wonky. The big screen share? So sorry, turn up. So sorry. Immediately turns it away from... Oh, I didn't do rolls. Hold on, let me do that. I think I have to look on there. I can't. Well, we're gonna start from the bottom. Drew. What the fuck is up? You got 4 and 2. You need more cats in your life. Dude, you need more. I know, Turnip, that was like the worst. There was a weird mix of furry and Resident Evil. You have a game by way? I know, I saw your last message. Yes, it is. Which it is crazy. Who's after that? Goober? 16. 7 and 3. Goober's doing good.
Stinky
42
Swede.
cats? That's what you need. That's what you need. Exactly what you
Swedish
need.
cat spotted.
Appreciate you. I love you. Okay, let's see. Do that. Okay, next you have turned up. 17, 5, and 4. So you're doing better, turned up. You're doing better. I need to go with...
Or maybe it's my version that's the issue.
I'm like, if it don't work after this, it's okay. Where am I going? I'm trying to... I figured it out. I don't use... No! Take me back. I don't use my mod manager on my iPad, so I'm like, wow. Yes.
Wait, Sarah, do you have
Hi,
the
Junior.
DLC for this game?
I don't know. Goober, turn up. Okay. Oh, did guard do one?
Do we
No,
need to
okay.
buy the DLC for this game?
Oh, it's fun.
That might be why.
Doc, you got a
Wait, hold on.
16.
Oh, it says Sarah already owns it. Huh?
16, 8. Kai, you got a 16. You're doing good. So I'm like zooming through rolls. He's like, wait a minute. Junior, okay. 14, 15, 16. I was like, hi, Junior. I help you out. Doesn't because she doesn't have Sheva's outfit? I'm not tapping out of this game.
I'm checking Steam. It says that she has it. Hold on.
Yeah, because I don't think I have Sheva's outfit. Let me change this back to this. Because if it doesn't work, it's okay. We try to fake it safe for next time.
Yeah.
Where's it, Richard? Go away. Get off my little iPad. I almost just started.
Check the guide and see what's like maybe a possible reason.
Okay, I will play the game a little bit. I will show Kai around.
You caught me at the time where I am adding bear stickers to this iPad.
I'm sorry, but you've caught me at an inconvenient time. I'm collecting my bears. Oh, it's this part. Holy shit.
Oh, it's because she can switch. Wait, huh? How the fuck do I switch versions then? Huh?
I don't like that.
What the What is that?
I don't like that. What is that? What is that right there?
That's interesting.
Oh my
PNG dummy?
It's threatening me. Come on, Sheva, we have to do the worst part of the game. Hopefully not get you killed. And I truthfully and honestly mean that. Oh? Oni! Welcome in, Oni! Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, I have to send her up. Oni Raid. Yes, welcome in. Let me see if I can do this from here. I don't think I can do that from here. Actually, I might be able to do it from here. Let's see. I don't want to tab out of the game. The game is very scary to tab out of.
Hello, Raiders. My name is
There
Sarah.
we go. Well, I figured
I'm a
this out.
variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays,
The other one?
Farmly Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday.
Versions for this.
Or please join us on this wild ride we call life. Whoop, whoop.
Thank you for doing the
Did
shout
TGS
out.
scare you?
No. I'm so glad I didn't have to do that shout out. Thank you for giving Oni a shout out. Hi, Oni. How have you been? What were you guys doing today? We were playing some Resident Evil 5 today and figuring out stuff. Hi, Games. How are you?
We can't get in from here.
Thanks, Sheva. Thanks for the information. Oh, God.
I need to buy more stickers from this person.
Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. I forgot I have this gun upgraded. That's gonna be so nice. Been rough. Must have been keeping it together.
Sarah, can you go into game settings? It's under
Yeah.
options.
No.
Do you have... Oh! Oh, okay, I see what the problem is now.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
So,
I
go
like this.
back.
To what?
And, go back, in the options, or press set to restore to default when
For-
you're in one of those option menus. Or just hit default at the bottom.
Okay.
That should potentially fix it.
Oni, well, I hope life gets better. Thank you so much for the raid, though, Oni. If you need to take care of yourself or anything, please go do. If not, we're playing zombies today. Money.
Maybe.
Might have to restart the
Oh,
game
that
for
chick
it to
did.
take effect. Might. Emphasis on might. I don't want to keep pulling you out of the game. So
No, it's okay.
continue.
The chant.
Okay, what did you say? So there was a man phasing through Sheva.
So in the options, I'm gonna assume you already hit like default in the options menu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. That should fix it. If I recall according to the guide, because it's something to do with like how the game switches versions.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. I don't know if there's anything
copy? The
else.
chant.
No way. Because I did hit it. Damn, these poor guys.
But one thing I think you could try just to see what will happen is in the options for game settings, the second ENG dummy, that one, see if you can change that.
There's only one other, and it was on that one last time, too.
Yeah, okay, leave it on the left one where like the
Okay.
arrow points to the right. And let's see what happens.
There? Shut for a bit for my snacks? Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
Okay, that is the setting that would have enabled the laser.
Ah.
But that, yeah. Interesting.
If it don't work, it's okay.
You'd think just like dragging and dropping, then overwriting the files would like override whatever else, but there might be like
Yeah. I mean, it is a little weird because it's not like... Oh, what the hell is happening over here? Oh, he's just minding his business. Can I hit it? No. Let me hit through the thing. Excuse me, Sheva. Just to bully the village people. Hey, she took my money. Sheba? Go up, Sheba. Goodbye. Oh, hi, Mr. Pants. I'm glad that shoot that. Yeah. They made him do all that work to just shoot him off the edge, Mr. Pants. Oh, hi, Sheva. Hey, so she's not... Sheva, you could... Oh, I love Sheva. God, I have so many bullets in this gun.
Nice work.
Wait, what is this way though? What about loot? How do I? Oh, okay, excuse you, Sheva. Does she have a... Kai.
Yes.
I think I made an oopsie.
Oh,
What did you do?
Look at Sheva's inventory.
oh.
Well,
You have disarmed her.
have you considered maybe giving her something?
Apparently I considered it because I've gone through that menu multiple times. Oopsie. I was wondering why she wasn't finding anything. Well, sorry, Sheva. Guess I will just, defend her.
Damn. Sir, that's kind of misogynist.
Man, big oopsie. Sorry, man. There we go. Sheva, take the grenade, please. You need something. Modded version? Possibly. I'm like, I don't do anything to my games. My games stay vanilla.
Have a mod version? Listen, dog. It's not Resident Evil 5 if you don't have a laser. It's like how it is in
Sometimes you just
Resident
gotta
Evil
have a
4.
link.
I just like my normal games.
Truly the most vanilla vanillas.
Damn.
Oh. Okay, Mr. Chris, I'll stop trying to do that.
Come on!
Oh, yes, I can shout that.
Air though, some years ago, the quality of life patch was actually necessary to play the game before
Yeah.
Capcom was like, oh yeah, we'll remove the game for Windows Live thing now.
Anything? Shit, just lost his inventory. Yeah, Sheva lost her inventory. I just didn't clock that, and unfortunately did not fix that for her. So oopsie, déjà vu. Oopsie.
Oops.
Wee wee wee. Hi, coffee. Let's see. She's up there. Can I go through here yet? Oh, here. We'll give her this.
Take it.
Okay.
She has a weapon.
Take it.
Okay.
Look at that. Want coffee? I just finished my coffee, do ya? Get some coffee. Why you fucking hit me, guy? I don't have to do anything.
Hey, what's wrong?
Aw.
Oh yeah, I
Careful.
forgot about
They
that.
may still be here.
Hi Ashy, hello.
Oh, it's Ashy. My brain locked into coffee. My God, should I bite? Okay, but that means I want to bite you.
I'll bite Ashy anyway for getting me. For getting
Right as I post my food pictures.
I'm gonna
Why?
bite him. Also, he called me gay.
Oh.
Oh, he's not wrong, but
You may be wrong, but it doesn't mean you're right. I killed the woman. Oh. Calm down there, Sheva. You dropped nothing. Just came out of the lady's head. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Shannon. It's completely normal. It may just be a slight side effect of shoving down Ouroboros.
What?
Ouroboros. The Ouroboros.
oh,
Yes.
The Uwabosi?
The Ouroboros. Oh, I didn't need this. Sorry, Sheva. Oh,
Oh.
this, Gib.
I owe you one.
Yep, yep. Oh, well, what's up here, ma'am? Sorry, I must go look. Also, politely and respectfully, fuck off, leads.
Sheva here.
Let my Shaylin be on her phone and doing things. Politely.
No.
Because I like some of the leads. Oh, excuse me. Oh,
Slap that prime on the table like a big fucking
fuck yeah,
bomb.
Junior, fuck
Show
yeah.
everybody that you have a big fucking
revealed
dick
the
today
posters
and slap
for
that prime on the
Fallout
fucking table
Season
right
2.
now.
And it has, I don't remember really, but they have her along with Caesar's Legion. And the ghoul guy with the kings, but they're all dead or ghoulified, which...
Oh. I still need to watch season 1.
Same.
Oh, I defended you, Sheva. Oh, that's mine. What's my dog doing? That's how to do things? So
dog
I missed
doing?
out on being talked to about snacks? Ah, it's okay. You a snack. No, you a meal. We went over that. You ain't a snack. You a whole damn meal. Ooh, boxes. Fuck you. True? What's true? No, that's true. I will bite you. It is true. See?
I will also bite you. And you know I will.
Caesar's Legions, the worst choice. And the what? And the what? One of the dogs just got yelled at.
Oh.
I just slid to the window. I was like, huh? Babble. Oh. I love walking 2 feet and getting a cutscene. And then continuing to walk. Fallout New Vegas?
So,
Oh, Fallout New Vegas.
Every Pokemon game ever. That
Yeah. I should really finish my Pokemon game. I have never finished a single Pokemon game in my life.
I think you might like the newest one.
It
I'll be
looks
honest.
cool. What do I have?
I need to
Scarlet?
post more photos from. I took more photos.
I took a lot of photos. Is it for Switch
Look,
2
they
or
give me a
Switch?
camera option. Both.
Okay. Never completed a
So,
Pokédex?
yeah.
Me either, buddy.
Well,
Oh.
I have completed several living dexes, and I'm working towards more.
Shefa, you don't even need that ammo.
Although,
He's already dead.
He's dressed like a one-man army. His wounds
playing
weren't
through
made
this
like
one,
bullets.
getting to the Wild Zone 17, and getting my ass kicked by a million lions.
The lion does not concern himself. That's what I didn't put in the title. The compulsion.
The lion does not concern himself with a silly little parasite.
The lion doesn't concern. Oh, there's my money. The lion does concern himself about money. The lion doesn't concern himself about. The lion doesn't concern himself about changing the Twitch, the stream title, not channel. Don't know why you wanted to say channel so badly. Why does that show red? That's scary. Okay.
It looks okay for me.
It's showing me on like my stream manager the time session of how long we've been streaming in red. And I'm like, whoa. Whoa there, buddy. Hi,
It's just like, whoa there.
Y. How are you
You've
doing,
not been in the
Y?
game for long enough.
Edit stream info. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. RE Journey with not emojis. To get this button with yeah. If we do that, then we do that, and then we do that, but then we go back. We go back. Back on the planet. That was so fucking funny, bro. That was so funny last night, wife. But also, I feel so bad for putting you through it with Skinner Man. Skinner Man is horrifying. ky3len. Sorry, just addressing you by your full name. Your
My
full
full
government
government
name, Ky3len.
Yeah.
What's your government name? Ky3len.
That is actually my full government name now. The 3 and everything.
Ky3len. Thought I had more time. Never doing it. We're never eating the whole thing again.
Come on, hurry!
I'm sorry, the cutoff of hurt. I'm just shouting at Sheva next to me. That was so funny. I love you, wife. I love you, wife. I hope you have a great day, wife. Lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of a sheep. The lion does not concern himself with sleep.
Hey, who did this?
Your mom.
The lion does not concern himself with how many tabs he has open at any given time.
You got away.
We're gonna see.
Was a setup.
现场 man Shane man. I was like Shane man. Yeah, my friends invited me to go see it, but it's on a day. I don't know what's happening in this cutscene. It's on a day when I have work at night and I can't go, so I have to go on a different day. I'm so excited. It's my favorite arc in Chainsaw Man.
No.
It's literally what my favorite arc in it too, and I'm like, ah. Anyways, that man said somebody did it, and then died.
I saw someone,
Yeah.
but they ran away.
I love her
Me
ass.
too, buddy. Me too.
Kirk, do you copy?
Damn, he is stacked up. Like there is like a whole bar in there.
Irving got away.
Roger. Relay the data from the vehicle at the storage facility.
Objectify women? No. Objectify Chris Redfield. It looks like there's a whole bar. Like it's a bench and then it goes in. Like he has. Why is he? Oh, ammo? Thank you.
We have to keep moving.
Like why is he so stacked? I know why he's so stacked, but like why is he so stacked? Can I break this chair? I can't. My throat has like a dry patch in it. It freaking hurts. Whoa. Why are you so stacked? Not as stacked as Chris Redfield. But fair enough. Like her voice actress, I like her model. We are not the same. But have you ever thought about Chris Redfield?
Come on!
Get in, Sheva. You were 1 foot out of the elevator. Is my cat okay? Does she want out? Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Got a Twitch notification that told me Justin Bieber went live. Justin Bieber. Ew, the oopy goopy. Don't bet my squad. Oopy goopy. President Munchkin Man. I forget all the names. Oopy goopy. Oopy goopy. I'm sorry, Sheva. I'll get you ammo eventually, girly. He's dead, bro. He's gone. Justin Bieber went live? What the frick is Justin Bieber going live for? Oobied all over her gooby?
What?
Ew.
Is that what that notification that I got was?
Did everybody get that
I just saw a
notification?
notification that just said Bieber went live, and I'm like, wait, is that somebody like pretending?
Bieber went live.
Wait, what?
Oh my god, I see it. I'm opening it up on my phone. Hold on.
Fuck it.
Fuck it, Weeball. What's he doing?
What is he doing?
Where is he? Oh, he's in the corner.
Oh my god, what is he doing?
Why is he standing in the corner menacingly? Are they... What?
Why is he playing
What are they playing?
basketball?
Where's the hoop? Oh, there's the hoop.
Where is...
He fucking missed,
Oh,
bro.
he fucked that up. Yeah.
I'm gonna alert because I don't follow that. I don't follow it either. It just...
Neither did I.
It's forced. It forced us to. A bit longer, something came up. Oh, don't worry, Pseudo.
No.
Yeah, no worries. I just keep on seeing message deleted, message deleted. There is 20k people
I
watching
wanna see
Bieber.
Does Justin Bieber have emotes?
Oh my god, does
Justin
he have
Bieber
emo?
has 2 emotes, and one of them just says, I don't fucking know.
Skulk.
It's his
Skulk all
fucking
over my...
logo. Skylark.
Oh, I like Skulk, okay.
What is happening here?
Dude, I don't know who I'm sub to, but I got Crow. I'm closing him. Sorry, Bieber. I don't believe in the Bieber.
Why does he have a link that just says swag 2? Is this his merch?
Oh, am I still
I'm
subscribed to them?
declining that. No, it's his fucking album. He's released an album called Swag 2. Sorry.
Sub to me, right? I ain't sub to anybody besides Tori. I think Tori's the only person I'm subscribed to. I pass out my Prime sub. I was broke for a while, Turnip, so I had to cancel everything. Also, look at those crow emotes. I'm not. I got a gifted sub from that.
I'm gonna give Justin Bieber my email.
Currently crowed. Oh, I have a sub for it that
What's
meowed.
happening here?
Oh, I got one for Lenora. I met her at TwitchCon. She's very sweet. I also got for.
Sorry, I think that was me.
I have a. I got a gifted sub Turnip from somebody I've never watched a day in my life. I don't know how I got that.
Me too. And they've got really cute moth emotes.
Moth. I can give you my Prime. You
cute
want my
moth
Prime?
emotes.
Oh, that's cute. I need to start subbing to people again because I want emotes. And I want to support my friends, but also I want emotes. Sorry. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. I want emotes.
There's only 3 people that I'm able to consistently sub to.
I had like a whole list of like 5 of them.
Her emotes.
I like me emotes. You emotes are cute. I like your hypno one. Very cute. Okay, so Sheva,
Take it.
pick that up.
I have too many emotes, not enough slots.
Oh, I don't need this. Take that. Let me reload this. Hell yeah, okay. Yes! I still need to make you an email. I don't know what to do for it. Okay, okay, wait, hold on. We gotta lock in. Hold on.
We must stay focused, brother.
I don't think you realize I hate this part because of the camera. How do I fast turn around? That shows me her. How do I
don't know.
How do I fast turn around?
I don't know.
C. Okay.
I see.
Did I need to go into the thing? It's locked. I need a key. Okay, hold on. We gotta do this properly, apparently. How come Twitch didn't tell me Bieber live? The Bieber doesn't like you. So sorry.
Damn. It knew I was obsessed with
There we go.
Justin Bieber when I was like 6.
It's same.
That's why it gave it to me.
It knew I had one of his albums. It just knew. One may say, it that meowed. Checkpoint. Okay, we're locking in. I have like a wide stance.
And I quote, a believer. That's what he used to call his fans. They were believers because they believed in him.
They believed. That made my cousin cry, calling Bieber. She was 12. Actually, that's quite devastating. I wasn't that like I wasn't that in love with him or his music or whatnot, but like I know some girls that were, so that would have been devastating.
I was in love with Harry Styles when I was
that's real.
Said that to me, I think
I still am. I still am. I love that man.
No, it was like very specifically when One Direction's first album came out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when I was obsessed with Harry Styles.
I went to every single one of their concerts besides, I think, the last 2.
You got to go to a concert?
Yes. I bought them for... Okay, hold on. Run. Yeah, fucking fall back, bitch. Run. Zoe, skew. Fucking run. Oh, shit. This is so hard with... Hello? Sheva?
Come on!
Get your ass over here. Don't split up like that, you dumb bitch. Hate this fucking game. It's amazing. I agree. Meh. Wah, wah. Whoa! Run, Sheppa! Run!
Motherfucker's ugly.
You motherfucker really fucking ugly, bro. Oh, I forgot how long that takes. Oh, actually, he's stuck in there. Oh.
He's Canadian?
Yeah, he's Canadian. He's Canada. Oh.
He's Canadian? Wild.
I didn't actually expect to get that monster in there in one try. Hey, so I'm kind of goated with the sauce. Bro, Nikki, we never got to do that. That shit took so long for us. And somehow I did that in one go? Shut up, Sheva. I'm talking to my chat.
Yo.
From Ontario? Ontario's down the street from me. When I found out I was Canadian, it made me hate him more. Damn, the poor Canadians. Anyways, yeah, I went to every single One Direction concert, besides the one for sure when Zayn left, and then I think it was the one right before that.
Oh my god, when Zayn left, it was like the end of the world.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
My entire shit was rocked.
Everything. Heartbroken. What was the meaning of life? Damn, I can't believe...
Okay. When they broke up, I had a One Direction poster, and I tore it down in a fit of sadness.
Oh, that's such a mood. Doc, it's not down the street for me, okay?
I was like 13.
Doc, if somebody goes to my Instagram, they know exactly the area. I'm horrible. Someone needs to stop me. You just tried to stop me.
Let's go.
I love Irving. He's the most nastiest shit ever. I hate him. Oh, I love Plague Doctor mask character. Plague Doctor. I love Plague Doctor. Bizarre. Sorry, I'll shut up. I drink a lot of energy right now.
Like doctors are
What
cool.
was that thing?
BOW, that scumbag.
They all went in
Irving
different
left behind
directions.
set us
They no
up.
longer were in one.
Considering what it did to Alpha Team, I think we're lucky to still be breathing.
5 directions, if
Only
you
we could
will.
have gotten there sooner.
If we had,
I know.
probably be dead too.
Can make one really bad joke.
Do it.
No, I respect him actually, so I will not.
This is HQ.
Damn.
Excellent work out
That
there.
is wild.
Yeah.
Immediately.
This whole
Usually I
town's
don't
gone to
respect
hell.
even when people
People
are
here
dead,
are
and I'm like,
acting
nope,
as
this
though they're
case,
detailed in the Kennedy report.
no.
Aside from that, there's something new. Something
This
we've
case,
never
I will
encountered
Fully
before.
say
Our
though,
transportation has been taken
the
out
only
to-
clip I've seen of
Requesting
anyone
mission
other
update.
than Harry Styles is that one video of Lewis at one of his concerts,
The mines on the other side of the
and he
Wait,
just
we're
there's
the
somebody
only two
threw a
left.
chicken
You want us
nugget
to
at
go
him,
in
and
there
he said,
alone?
"Oh, throw this chicken nugget at my head. Have it back!" And then he throws it. I love that.
We can't.
Your mission stands.
It's Greasy Chihuahua Irving. That's exactly what he is. Respecting somebody, honestly, fucking crazy.
This is insane.
Yes, Sheva, this is insane. Respecting somebody is insane. Oh. As a bit of context for you. Sheva is looking for her partner at some point. Chris is also looking for his partner, and Wesker because he really wants to kiss Wesker. Don't confirm me on that last one. You know, may not be canon.
No, I believe every single thing you say. Every single thing you say about Resident Evil is
believe-
100% canon. I don't know what you're talking about.
100% canon. Chris wants to go smooch Wesker.
Oh, Sarah,
Yeah.
did you restart your game?
Right now, no.
Oh. Do you want to restart since you beat the chapter?
Yeah, sure. Let me...
Remember to save.
Yeah, let me just go through the next, like, little cutscene. Let me just add a safety.
As Kevin said, Resident Evil smooch.
Mm-hmm.
We're just out here
Sheppa.
smooching all the time, every day.
That's what they be doing, bro. Yeah, she can... Nope. Don't move.
Aww.
Don't move.
Oh.
Sheva.
I forgot it was in the game this entire time. It's just alt-tabbed.
Mood. You want to exit? Yes. Saving?
We can't let Irving get away.
It's
We have to
escape.
get to the station.
Oh.
Okay, Sheva, shut up, please. Okay, thank you.
Escargot?
It wouldn't let me leave because Sheva was talking. Okay.
There we go.
Fact checking. Wesker and Chris do not wish to kiss. No. Don't fact check it. Just believe it. Just
No.
believe it.
No, they
Believe it. Just in like
they
like
wanna
Bieber.
smooch. Mm-hmm.
You don't believe in me like Belieber? Like the Beliebers?
Do you believe? Do you believe in him?
Yeah.
You should believe.
Do you believe?
Do you believe?
Do you quite believe, Doc? Yeah. Do you quite believe? Okay.
Do you believe in a man after midnight?
Oh, before you start the game... oh. I have 5-second latency, my bad. I was gonna
It's
say,
fine.
you should check your settings. If it still has, like, the English, like, dummy text.
Mochi, give me 1 second.
I mean, I guess I can just try and join and see if that works. Huh.
My cat has awoken.
Hmm?
And the cat
Kitty.
has awoken and demanded outside. Can you exit? Yes.
Kitties.
We can't let Irving get away.
It's saved again. I didn't make him 1 step. Shut up. Sheva. Let me just quit so I can see if I can change any of that, because the English thing is still there. Save success. I didn't. I took one step. Game. Options. Benchmarks.
I don't know what else. Huh.
I mean, if it don't work, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It don't matter. Sorry, the sea dogs. I do not
Damn,
believe.
Doc, I can't believe you don't believe.
The fuck you mean you don't believe?
Yeah, you're not a believer.
Yeah, like what the freak?
Yeah.
You can have 5 of those.
I can't believe he's live streaming on Twitch though. That's so funny.
Can't believe it notified everybody, almost everybody.
Yeah.
Didn't notify me.
That's crazy. I don't know
I
why.
wouldn't be surprised if Dan Clancy is like, yeah, I wasted all this money. I'm gonna have a notification going out to everyone.
Yeah.
I would like you to know that it is the stream is entirely focused in on a dash hound right now. That is it. That is all.
Remove.
The entire comments are just like, oh my god, who's the dog? Where did the dog come from? Whose
No one
dog
cares
is
about
that?
Mr. Bieber.
No one cares about Mr. Bieber. They only care about this tiny dog. That dog was
How much
so
money do I have?
blonde.
Oh, I'm broke.
Damn.
Sure. Yes, I'll
It's okay,
treasure.
Me too, bestie.
Me too,
Me
Brusty.
too, bestie.
Channeling inner Jordy with the me too, Brusty.
Breasting boobily.
Yeah. Me too, Brusty. I will leave that. Is this all the way? Is this? I don't know if that's
No.
better than this.
Wait, Doc, why do you feel bad for Bieber? I'm so curious. I have not kept up with the Bieber lore.
Yeah, what happened? I hear Bieber lore every once.
Into stardom. Some people theorized because he
can't let
did
Erden get away.
have a
We
connection
had to
with
get to the
a
station.
certain musician that is currently in prison. But he did go on record himself to say that nothing really happened between him and said musician.
Oh yeah, that yeah, yeah. That's basically what Doc said too. Oh,
Yeah.
hey, Rats. Live with that face just sad. Damn, damn, turnip. Basalt emblems.
Damn.
Thank you. Sheva.
Come on!
Roger.
Oh,
Take it!
Sheva, you take it. I don't want it. I don't have the pocket space for that, Sheva. Goes into your pocket.
Finally have a gun.
Oh, I gave her multiple guns now. Okay.
Okay.
She is
okay.
stocked
Now
up.
she can actually defend herself.
Oh no, she doesn't have space for the... Come here.
Thanks, partner.
I just saw like a meme that was like me getting executed in 2030 for typing unalive instead of alive when commenting online.
She have that. She have that. Okay. Oop. Wie tut ich? Drink. Come on, Sheva. Here, we stare at the weather, Sheva. You feel you're surrounded by older women and make a comment. Dude, yeah. Some of the interviews were freaks, and not in like how we are the fun freaks. It was like the freaks where it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? The bad freaks.
Yeah, had Bieber been a girl and you had like men do it, it would probably been called out.
I don't think so.
You know what? Considering the current just everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially that back in the day too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is there any update about the game working for you?
It just kept saying, but I validated the game. Might have uninstalled the patch, so I will try once more.
Because if it's not, I will politely kick you out. I will politely... what? I will politely...
boot me.
Politely... Politely... What can I politely do? What can I do? Politely...
take me by the neck and toss me out like a cat.
Politely... I would never toss out a cat. Politely send you to go sit with the
Grab
cats.
you by the hand and lead you out of the door.
Take you out back. We'll grab my shotgun on the way.
Your
We'll
hand
take
takes
you out
by the
back.
hand, leads you
Oh,
out
it
of-
worked!
We'll join the next checkpoint. Okay. It still said, not quite yet. To play immediately, please restart. I don't want to. Well, it stuck in there. Politely remove you. Politely execute your PNG. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'll just like go into like a grinder.
Where are you going, dude? Oh. Okay, cool. I got an achievement for that. They're falling from the sky. Excuse me, Sheva. You're literally blocking me. Why is he so fast?
Are you saying it's raining men?
Yes. Just one. Sheva, you have blood all over your face.
It's just strawberry jam.
It dissipated. Yeah, we'll just take that.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Thank you, Ashy. I hydrate, thank you. Let's go up, Sheva.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Infected.
Where is that from?
I don't remember. My inventory's full. I hope... Let me just do that.
Come on!
Roger.
Get the fuck over here, Shiva.
Take it!
Roger.
There you go, bitch. Yeah, we good. A plant.
Come on!
God.
Okay.
Shiva, I need you to loot. Shiva.
Take it!
Okay.
There we go, Shiva.
You really just emoted her the sentient backpack.
Yes. Ooh, yes. Why? Oh, there's dogs.
Puppers!
They're poor excuses of dogs because their face split in half.
That's just like an upgrade.
Oh,
Kai don't like dog.
no.
Kai scared of dog.
No.
Shiva?
Or
That.
That is the entire reason why I am not also playing this game.
You grab it! Take it!
Spooky,
Roger.
evil, mean.
Evil dog. Fuck you. So sorry, my dude. Shiva, that was mine. Looked her damn right straight in the face. Propose to Whoa! Try to propose to Shaylin. Hey, that's my wife. That's my wife.
Damn.
You're gonna try to propose to my wife?
dog.
No, dog, it's okay. Good.
You know, what's a little bit of NTR between friends?
Oh my god, what the freak is happening?
I'm gonna assume Kai knows what I meant with that.
I don't even know what you said.
I honestly don't. I have never heard of that phrase before.
I've never seen dog bro.
What the hell did you say? Everything exploded in my game, so I couldn't hear.
Oh, what's a little NTR between friends?
My brain's trying to think. Oh. Thank you, Doc.
Nice shot.
Oh. Here you go, Kaboomy. Here you go, Kaboomy. No cheating. I go up ladder though. You're already like 5? Okay. And they are my wives. I'm happily married.
Isn't that polygamy?
Yeah. Happily married to my wives.
Sir, is that legal in California?
Hey, my wife's, there's only... me. There's only 2 of them here. Everybody else is spread out. I love my wives. I wanted to get those boxes. There you go. You're in. Yeah.
Oh. I have returned.
Remove.
I have consumed all the items you gave Sheva.
That is okay. I was like, huh?
He did them.
I've eaten them.
You did it.
I don't think those guns would have tasted very nice, but...
So true, so true.
Listen, I'll just do like the Greek and just have a little bit of lead.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Sometimes you just gotta have a little bit of lead.
Yeah.
Oh. Money. Oh, I hate this.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I hate that, man. Fuck you, in particular. Wait, I have a sniper. Which button is it on?
Nice.
There's one more of you. There's another one of you. I want to explode that thing. There's another, and he's... I don't know where he went. Oh.
Oh no.
There we go. Explosion. Sad joke to make? Explode. Exactly, exactly.
Explode. Kaboom.
Me with my computer. Boxes, boxes, boxes. Sounds like you actually fell back. Go on. Good job.
Ooh, I need to increase my mouse sensitivity by a tad.
Mine still spins like fucking hell. Hehehehe.
Yippee.
I know, I gotta do spins. Oh, hey. Checkpoint. Sewers. Dog.
Sewer dogs?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Are they like chili dogs, but
Taken care of. Not taken care of. Why is that one so small?
I don't know, maybe it was a chihuahua in the previous life.
Dang, the shape of a chihuahua.
Sarah, come over here. I have a present.
I don't got space. It's like, I hope it's something that's already in my inventory because I don't have space. I ain't got no space.
Where the fuck?
Hurry!
Wow. Oh, hey, there's a box.
Just like, where the fuck did you go? Because I thought that was a double door. It wasn't.
Here's another box. Yes. Ooh, ammo.
Hurry up!
V.
Come on!
My tummy hurts. My tummy. Shiny.
My God.
They're fucking dead.
You gotta get as many.
What did you just say, guy?
Yeah. I said you gotta get as many shiny things as physically possible for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just started screaming and I had to scream as
I know. The scream over the screams. I will look for the shinies for you. I will find all the treasure.
You got the rats.
Yes. Yes, I
They're
did.
twins. They're twins.
Nay.
They're cute little dudes.
Nay.
Don't shoot the rats.
no.
Whoosh.
Whoosh. Hi, Bee. You excited for later?
Hello, Bee.
Pan. What do I have in my pockets?
I hope you are doing well. I'm waving.
Do that.
Oh, that's a stack of
It's 2.
Hold on.
There we go.
If I discard, that deletes it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I love me. I love you. Also like some shinies? Of course. Don't worry. Look, shiny.
And now I vanish. Whoosh.
Whoosh. I will see you later. I am so excited.
Yippee.
They're screaming at me. I could just kick it open. You definitely could just kick it open. Mr. Redfield.
Key, where? There's no keyhole.
She wasn't evil. They don't need to make sense. Why is that so far down? Okay.
Oh yeah, something that I always keep forgetting. Sheba has a really big fucking knife.
Oh, I didn't mean it.
Oh.
I just lay bullets in him. Okay, yes, it's there. Yippee. Portkey.
Yo.
There we go. Actually, in the game, yeah, Pisuto did actually make it in.
Yeah. I call that a knife? This is a knife.
You got a license for
Kick
that?
Yay! Oh. Is that a big man behind me? I'm just gonna choose to ignore him.
Oh, he's already dead.
Cool. I just walked away. I'd use the port key. Ooh. I cannot aim. I really want to kick you, sir. There we go.
Damn.
I just wanted to kick him. Any shiny trinkets?
I hate how they just kind of bubble away.
Yeah.
Well, this was
Like,
kind of
this is-
back when, like, they couldn't really have them be around for that long.
But they bubble away.
Oh no, I get it. It's more that they bubble away.
Yeah.
Hey, they're doing the Little Mermaid thing. You know, because that's what happened in the original H.C. Anderson story.
Where's the shiny? There it is. Hey, maybe. Just took 3 shots to the head like a champ. Yeah, he did. Took fucking 3 shots. And said, eh, he's nothing but a flesh wound. He's nothing but a flesh wound.
Thanks, Kirk.
Also a really big knife?
Wow.
Yay.
I didn't think HQ actually cared.
Really big knife. Excuse me, sir. Okay. Hey, sir, please fall from the sky. Please. Thank you.
He's training.
That was quite a rude helicopter. Fucking shot a man. What? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gold. There's more gold.
Ooh, boomstick ammo.
What did I see? Oh, it's over there. Helicopter, shoot them. That poor man just got shot after shot. Ooh. My ammo.
Oh, shit, I didn't have to, like, impale him in the face.
Yeah, why, yes, she did. Is this a V door? No, it's not. Oh, I don't really want that sniper. I kind of have a better sniper. I don't really want that.
You can always grab it and sell it.
Damn.
Do I have space?
I don't know.
Apparently I do.
I don't think so.
He shoved it up his ass.
His prison pocket?
You know what good
Bride price? Oh my god, bride price! Fuck it up!
Come on! Hurry!
Oh, is this the
Sniper in
section
building.
that I'm thinking of? Oh, no, not yet.
Boom. Excuse me, sir. Housekeeping.
Huh?
Oh, the poor door. I'm sorry, door. Come here. I have to wait till he walks forward. Frick. Fine.
I was
No
gonna
fun.
say, you need help?
No, I just want to knife him, but you can't walk with the knife.
Nope.
So sad.
Why can't you? That's weird.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to run with knives. It's like if you were to run with scissors.
But what if I
happens
do
if-
though?
I would like to run
Then
with
you
knife.
take a tumble, and then
I stabbed them.
the knife.
But if I take a
Yeah.
tumble, then I'll stab somebody else.
Exactly. See.
Mm.
See. I'll fall into them, and they die. Basket.
Oh.
Basket. Oh, the lovely little scouse. Boom. Whoa. Spun away too fast.
What the fuck are those? Nazis in HQ!
Sir, those same things were in the sky earlier.
I'm losing engine power! Oh shit! I'm out of control! I'm going down! Mayday!
He's giving live callouts. That thing just went into your camera. Well, have fun up there. Bye, Kurt. Whoa. I didn't aim at his head at all.
I will be back in just a second.
Okay.
I miss Kyle already.
Kai. The poor door. Hey, you're alive. Ah. Shoot you in your toes.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I do kind of miss the awkward game-like controls of these Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. Like the 4 remake, fantastic to play. So smooth. But man, I miss that awkwardness. Oh.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh,
I'm
right,
shopping
it's
in
this
here.
section. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I can't take that now. I can't take that now. Yeah.
Sarah, here, take some of my ammo.
At least I just made space for it. Because I have no space. It's me. How do you go on the drop, sir? Ow. This hut looks gross. Yeah, this whole place is kind of gross. No one's really keeping up with it because they all kind of got overboard.
I say what, there's a wet herb over here.
I had no space. There's 2 red herbs. If I would I just assume what you want, I'll just say it. What do you regret? So true, Doc. So true. What do you want? Hello, sir.
Go! Come on!
Oh, okay, that's funky.
Ow. How dare you stop me from knifing you?
Yoink.
I don't even have a shotgun.
Oh, I forgot I had my shotgun out. You ever like play a game and you forget which weapon you have equipped, so you accidentally blow yourself up?
Yeah.
Me forgetting I have a rocket launcher. Go up to a dude thinking I have my shotgun out.
It do just be like that.
Raining pesto pasta.
Well, time to go.
Alright.
Have fun.
I will.
That done. Need an allowance if you do all the. I'll do a kick. Shaylin does some mad fucking cooking too, so it's that's a fair deal. Oop. Let me go down the floor.
Oh, I see your laser.
Can I kaboomy that? Yes, I can.
Yes, you can.
I hate laser sights. C just trained me. Quite would agree about laser sights.
Remember when lasers used to reveal you?
Yeah. Fucking laser sights. Let me out.
Laser?
Let me out. Let me out. Fucking laser, exactly, Doc. I honestly would say Mr. Redfield could definitely hit through this. Is he on that side? No, they're on that side. Like, he could kick through it.
Oh, hi.
Ooh, wrong button. There we go.
Cost? Oh, hi.
Take 3.
There we go.
Yippee. Well, let's get the other boy in here. Not you guys. Please sit down. We must get the main competitor here. Hello? Checkpoint, please. Please bring me my worst enemy ever that I hated. I hated this bitch so much. He was so annoying.
Is this Chainsaw Man?
Yeah. I hated him as a kid. I wonder what button my grenade is. Not that one. Oop, I gotta turn around slowly. Sorry. I hit the man. I wonder what button it is. We're both going through our inventory. Boom. There we go. Please give me your goods. Thank you. He's still alive?
Was.
Nope. There was a man behind you too. He just laid on the floor. I'm like, he just let me take his key off of him when he was laying there? While they did
Gave him back shots before he gave me back shots.
Yeah. What's this? Backs. Money. Honestly, Doc, it's a fair fucking trade, because with cooking like what ky3len cooks, you will be eating good. Eating too good that I will... Did that just disappear?
Would you kill for that?
Yeah. Oh my god, ky3len's cooking is so fucking good. The fucking...
I need those.
garlic knots that you made the one time, ky3len, with the sauce. Delicious.
Are you telling me our Gar licked those knots?
Yeah. Gar, in fact, did lick those knots. Can confirm.
Damn.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
Gotta tell Gar.
I know. Gar's at work. He doesn't even know what he's licked.
Can't believe this. I can't believe he's on this.
I can't believe either.
How could he?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Oh, I remember. Oh.
Oop. Wait a minute.
Sorry, I had to leave for a minute. My washing machine beeped.
Christmas party? And dude, that prosciutto sauce was so fucking good.
A meat sauce?
Hmm?
I am
Never mind.
so jealous.
So fucking good. Because it's
I
all
gotta
fucking
travel over there
homemade.
now.
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
I gotta get me a passport.
Also, yeah. Also quite important. Dude, her cooking's so good. The brie butter I will never get over. She made the best charcuterie board I've ever had. I haven't really had charcuterie board. I know, I love the charcuterie boards. I love hearing the menacing motorcycle drive up, and they're just like, where is it? I didn't have my...
Sarah.
I didn't have my hand on the keyboard. I was cracking my knuckles. I love how it wasn't even me that got hit, though. It was you. Like... What? I was freaking cracking my knuckles because they hurt. Those fidgeting? Yes, you do. QTE is the only when you're playing with two people. We love that. I love how that just says Sheva. I still love how the I missed it. It hits you.
Oh.
I'm like, that's so mean. Oh, I don't actually know where those buttons were.
Chris, because Sheva's sleigh is too hard right now.
Yeah, that's so
You
real.
gotta get better outfits for Chris.
Yeah, that's why I looked. I'm like, what the freak? F&V is so weird. That was a weird combo of...
That is weird.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. I genuinely don't know where those buttons are in this current state.
Like, if you're... That's just a weird reach.
Yeah, that's why my hand was ready for like F or that. I'm like, wait a moment. Food pictures I've got? Yes, Shayla, yes! More food pictures, please! It's gonna tell me another weird combo, I know it.
Get ready for like I and Q or something.
It's gonna be like Q and L. It would never be Q and L, but that would be insane.
No, it would be like a U and L.
Give me some R and V. Put me in the RV. AD. I hate this stupid ass thing. I forgot. It's a stupid ass fucking game. Fucking set me up for failure. I have to put...
I forget too much about it.
I forget the input, but there is a way to change. Oh, hold on.
Don't mind Chris. I just put him here. I'm like, AD to FV is so weird. I love this game. I hate this stupid ass fucking quick time. Because you have to sit through the whole thing. My hand's just going on the keyboard.
Jump across and it's just like...
AD makes sense. FV.
AD does make sense. But
FV?
AD and FV does not make sense. Like, if you want to follow the AD, make it like...
Yeah!
Or something like that.
I'm just gonna press both. If it gives me another option, I'm just gonna cry. Why he do that to me? Why he go la 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 la? La 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 la.
Sometimes you just gotta...
What's it gonna be? It's AD again. Why did it throw me the F and B the first time?
I think that's the default interact and the quick turn buttons, if I remember correctly.
Quick turn C.
Huh?
Yeah. V is...
Oh no, V's the partner button.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what the freak? F and V?
Yeah, because it'll swap between like left and right, and then interact and partner button.
I'm just like this show. Sheva, how dare you mess up your gun?
Your gun, yeah.
She messed it up. Yay!
Oh, Mr. Sexy.
Okay.
Man, am I glad to see you guys.
Delta Team Captain Stone.
Chris Redfield.
Shiva.
Thanks, Josh. I owe you one.
You guys know each
Oh,
other.
she
I
looks so
trained under
cute in
Josh.
this
He taught
skin.
me
She
everything
does.
I know.
Shiva became little sister of the team. Now Shiva, you
Aww.
must continue your search for Irvin. According to the data,
I fucking hate Irving.
She looks so sweet, and then Chris just looks...
I know. I know. He's just my big beefy man.
They're taking care of business here. And keep your radio handy. Just in
Sometimes you
case.
just gotta have a man
Thanks,
the
Josh.
size of a barge.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He looks like someone is trying to smuggle Wonder Bread.
What?
Not the Wonder Bread.
Chill.
There she goes.
Chris,
God, I still can hear my friend's voice.
you're right.
Wesker, bang, bang.
This picture, it's... Forget it. It's nothing. Let's move out.
Boop. That's my nickname. Doc, another nickname to add to the list. Okay, I also will be right back.
Okay.
I got it. There we go. I'll be back. like yellow.
Yo.
There was family drama happening.
The timing.
Just that. I know. I walked in and everything was somber and I was like, oh no, what happened? Nothing that happened here. Wait. I'm making drink. And then there was my cat screaming at me. I'm like, what do you want? I don't know what she wanted. Oh, I have to make another one of these later. Ugh. Oh, it's so strong. The scoopers flipped the other way. Why can't I win? Don't lick the lid. Don't lick the lid. Get the scoop out of there. I simply just want my silly little drink. One. Oh. And that's all. Don't lick the lid. Not people eat ass? Quote from the job site? Who's eating ass on the job site? My fingers are once again covered in Gigi's ups. Let me travel underneath my... Yeah?
I will ready up and then I'll quickly like BRB.
Okay, okay. I will shake my drink. Now, Pseudo has 1 minute to be fully ready as I shake my drink. Dude, I literally went out and I told my mom, I was like, yeah, something felt very, oh, I wanted to sell this. So, something felt very amiss today. And I didn't know what it was. I found out what it was. Remove. Remove. I want the other gun. Hydrate? Why, yes I can. With my normal hydrate.
Hydrate?
Yeah, you better hydrate too. Man.
No.
Okay, I'm back for sure this time.
You making? Yeah. I'm like, if you gotta go at any point, that's fine.
Sheva, do you know where the mines
It
are?
has been
Past the
mostly
station.
sorted.
Not too far.
Yeah, yeah.
Follow me.
So that talked about the Las Plagas. You fucking
Oh yeah.
dive
time
through
to plug.
Plagas. I didn't even read it. Just
Sorry about that.
that's about
We don't need
that's about Plagas.
We don't need to read.
Plagas appear to share characters from the original Las Plagas. I wonder. Basa. That's it. That's all you gotta know. Las Plagas. Branch of Las
Yeah, it's
Plagas.
not weird.
They took Las Plagas and they said,
The Plagas did the Plagas thing.
yeah. They said, I don't want it to do this Plagas thing anymore. Let's change it.
Well, let's make it Las Plagas 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot extra. Oh, we're at this part of the game? Yeah. There are dogs again. In a moment. Somewhere around here. There will be. Why can't I crouch?
doggies.
Yep, there it is. Okay, that's a poor excuse of a dog. That's a fucking hyena. Excuse me? I was looking at your friend on the floor, bro. That
My headphones have died. Give me a second. I
Oh,
cannot hear you.
That thing like grabbed my fucking neck. What was this? There was an 18-year-old on the job site. He made comments about how he'd never stick his thumb in a butt, never stick his thing in a butt, and he'd never stick his tongue in a butt. And he was responded back with, dude, it's 2025, people eat ass. Okay, fair response. I dig it. I'm with it.
People just want to eat ass.
He's a pussy ass. Get off me, dog, please. Oh, Made a kaboomy.
Yeah. Boom boom.
That dog wants you. Okay, you sit down. Hey, I said sit.
Ow.
So the dogs can climb. Just very slowly.
Very.
Hey,
Oh.
this one dropped shotgun ammo.
Oh, there's the bird.
Did you get it?
Okay. Yeah, but I don't know how to jump down. Ooh, gold.
Get that gold. Damn, it's 2025.
Get that money.
We eat ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Glad we all agree here. Yeah.
Yeah, just gotta clean out properly first.
You can't shoot doggos. I think it's a little late for that, Shaylin. I already murdered them
As long
all.
as you make sure that your health is good and the other person's health is good, then do what
Yeah.
you like.
Yeah, forget it. Yeah. Okay, I have goof shoes today.
As a wise Canadian once said,
Oh,
"Be
delicious.
the juiciest peach and awkward." And people just don't like peaches.
That's fair. That's like yesterday, the cake conversation. Doc is carrot cake. Some people just don't like it. But
Everything's
that's
good.
what I'm saying. Oh, we gotta go up.
Oh, right.
We gotta go up. But
Totally
Shaylin, one was a hyena. I want to go up. I didn't want to collect that. It only gave me one option.
Wild doggo.
It's a
doggo.
hyena. That thing was fucking massive. The
Wild doggo.
I could not see that line. I saw it when I got too close. Oh, hey, so bye.
Enjoy the trip.
Just a dog adjacent. It's not real. It's not real. It's
I
not
have
a-
health, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have health?
Yes, actually.
Oh my god.
Da 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 da
Whoa.
da da.
Come on!
Roger.
Roger. Definitely can't shoot a hyena, but what if I did?
Are they like threatened? I guess it
Uh,
depends on like the species of hyena. Oh
Yeah.
boy.
I would agree with that.
Oh boy.
I'm just a little
Must
guy.
be the sentient flashlight.
I'm just a little guy.
Yippee me.
There are no longer dogs. Parasites in the dog in a dog suit. Okay, don't say it like that. Where's that little secret window?
That parasite got that dog in them.
Hey, there's a health over there.
You got that dog in him.
I'm sure you can see. Goodbye.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you have night vision activated. Just enhance your eyes. Un forastero.
I'm sure you also got that dog in you.
Oh,
I'm sure you got that dog in you. Did he drop anything over here? No. I love the way that the music starts. And then it just...
abruptly stops.
Yeah.
It's great.
Don't worry, he's going through the water. Oh, not his balls.
No! Fucking ball. He needs those.
Well, that was quite rude of him. I won't lie.
Very.
You did all that work and then he just whipped it out in front of you.
Damn. Did you
Yeah.
tell me he whipped out his thing?
Yeah, he whipped out that thing.
Out his fang.
Yeah, he did. Oh, you want some light? Okay. Oh, I turned way too
I know, it's
fast.
just like swapping stuff.
Well, he whipped out his thing again. Oh, he did too. Look, they're together on the floor. They're touching.
I can't believe he whipped
They're
out.
touching their things together.
Touch the stream. No.
They cross streams. There's a man chasing you.
Oh, really?
There's another man.
Ew. Why would
That man's throwing things at you. Why'd he roar at me?
Roar
He said,
at
"You right." And then he roared at me and then turned back to you like, okay. He's like just scaring you.
XP notices your bulge.
Oh, snake. 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 Egg.
Snake that.
Egg.
Egg. Werewolf mounting me? Damn, I got that dog in me. Yeah, you do in fact got that dog in ya.
You got that dog nodded in ya.
Kill him. Kill him now.
Heal him.
Kill him.
He has been killed.
Damn, why'd he put his pickaxe like through his leg like that? How'd he do that?
Maybe he had a leg to pick.
We're going up this way. Let's go.
Money, money, money.
Open. 1 jewel. 2
Ow.
snakes. Kill him. I can't do anything. Egg.
Egg.
1 skull. Money, money, money. Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Anya? Huh? Might just beeline for this. Open. Oh god, I'm so glad I didn't close that. I thought I closed it too fast. I was like, oh, I'm about to decapitate you.
Good.
Hey, so there's a couple
More
of...
like impale me.
Oh, maybe I decapitate you. Oh.
Well, you know, a little bit of spit roasting wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. What's your best hear me out? Do you have it? Whoa. Okay, you didn't need to whip that thing out, sir. You're a little too close for comfort. Okay, okay. Okay. Hey, hello?
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna get you in time.
That is... I think you can do it. I think you can do it. Hey, you should shoot this man in front of me.
I was getting stun locked.
No, that's what happened to me. Sorry, Chris.
It's
Can't believe they
it's
did
fine. It's to make up for the times I got swacked in the face by a biker.
That's such a mood. I can't believe if I miss that, you get hit. I'm like, what?
It's so funny because both of us can fail the respective QTE and one of us dies. Or the opposite person dies.
Like, damn, you just got smacked in the face so hard you died. Like...
And then the other, you've just gotten impaled.
Yeah. I don't want that. Wow. They killed the man behind. Just for us. Okay. Quite rude of you, sir. Okay. Okay. Y'all are too much. Where are you going? Okay. What is he doing? I don't know why that... Hey, you stop it up there. They're all being weird. Whoa. Okay. Well, they need to stop whipping it out like that.
They need to stop whipping out that thing.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. Guess what they did again? Hey, stay away from me.
They're whipping up the thing?
I think there's another that thing by me, and I don't like that. Okay, he did it again. Oh, I just picked up... I meant to stomp on him, but I just picked up ammo. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm getting tired of their actions.
Oh, I don't have any more flashbangs. Damn it.
Don't touch Sheva.
What? That dude was not on my screen. Huh.
Interesting.
Well, I did read with that quality of life mod that apparently the base Steam version's netcode is apparently unfinished, so...
Where are you? Wait, hey, like... Stand right next to me? Alright, cool. Now we're healed. Yippee. Stood by more people. Somewhere better understand. A lot of people don't get it. A lot of people don't get it. I'm hungry. I need to eat before I leave, but not eat too much. I can't eat too much because then I'm tired. But he's fucking... I'm tired of them. They're fucking.
Too many dudes just hanging out with their wang.
Yeah. Yeah. There's an explosive somewhere. Oh, right in front of me. That was dangerously close to me. And I just stood there. It's somewhere here. It's a lot closer than I expected. Oh, yes. Up. Up. I gotta ask what flavor he wants of GG subs today. I love this part. Oh. Scorpion. Landmines! We get landmines!
Yeah, I forgot this skin gives Sheva jiggle physics.
Yep. It's a gremlin! I love him. I hate him.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya? You think this is a joke? You're just like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
I love him.
Oh, I'm not like them. I'm a businessman with standards.
Drop the weapon.
Or, how about you drop yours?
I'm about to say something that's probably gonna make you hate that I said it, but he looks like a younger Elon Musk with hair.
I like the addition with hair. That's my greasy chihuahua who can't do anything for shit.
Yep.
Suckers!
I love the way he exits the window.
Yeah. I like how he just had to, like, get that last line in.
He's so stupid. He's so... He deserves everything. He's so ugly, bro.
Looks like Irving has a partner.
He's had our partner this whole time.
There must be something here he didn't want us to see.
Probably a lot of things. Probably his search history.
What is it?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Separate Covenant.
Probably the collection of magazines he keeps under his bed.
Yeah.
From the marshlands.
Not the marshlands. There's a lot of dust in this room, bro.
Yeah. Oh god, that would get my allergies hacked up.
Yeah. Where is those Covenant?
We think he's heading for an oil field in the marshlands.
Taking it? We're not taking it.
Roger that.
Oh, I'm full.
Oh, is this is the exact gun I have in my pocket. And that's why I was like, why can't I take it? Whoa. Well, that's kind of mean.
Man, these guys already got RPGs?
Shiny.
Back in my day, you had to at least gone to, like...
My god, I
second
forgot.
island or something.
I need that shiny. Doesn't... I just cannot... Thank you. Chris is so, like... Hey,
Ow.
is somebody in the house with us?
Yeah, it's one man.
Whoa. Whoa, man teleported. That's a giant ass pickaxe, bro. You could hurt somebody with that. That's turret sequence coming up. I fucking love the turret sequences. Is there something in there? Is there something in here? Bing bong.
Yeah, I guess I'll grab the dragon off. I can slow that for a minute.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you. I sure hope that explosive doesn't hit me.
That'd be a shame.
They'd hit them. I need to stop standing in that way. I'm hurting my hip. I'm just gonna stand here. Okay. Look, we got you a shiny. A shiny. And money. Mr. Wedfield. What the freak?
Porta potty man.
Oh, hey, what the hell? It was also the case of, I can't help you. I guess if I came over here, I could have helped you. What's that? That's a grenade. Menacingly sitting on the floor.
Granada.
Yay, it's a granada. Checkpoint! Yippee!
Granada.
Yeah!
Bless you.
So cute. Oh, shiny! I miss. Look. Oh! Look at this, watching that grenade just go boom. He just have his hand up? Well, he's dead now, I guess.
Can I have that up,
Well, I turned around, but it still was able to hit me. Get the shiny. Oh, don't die from that. Oh, well. You flipped right back up. Okay, he died. Oh, that's me. Okay. Poor man. Never saw it coming.
I'll never see it coming.
Eiffel. Oh, Eiffel. There's a lot of men here. What are you doing here?
You know, I was wondering, like, oh, what's that sound? What's that hissing sound?
What's this strange sound I hear? Ow! Hey, you're fucking dead, bro. Sit down. Thank you. Man didn't think he was dead yet. Unfortunate for him, he had no head.
You pick up all the,
Yeah?
Did you pick up all the rifle ammo?
Yeah? Bonk. Shotgun ammo. Money. Oh, that man's thinking about dying.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Oh, the music stopped. What?
Yeah. I didn't mean to pick that up. I meant to heal, but sure, I'll take that in my pocket too.
Give me them shells.
Gimme! Oh. I can't wait for this. Bow. Bow. Bow, 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 bow.
Bow, bow.
Bow. Bow. It's the fact he's just honking the horn. I wonder what type of bow this one will be. Nothing utterly disgusting. No.
Amazing parking job.
He said, knowing he made this one. He's fucking dead. Ah, beautifully timed door opening.
Very convenient that, like, that just opens after a while without any input from the driver.
Yeah. It's so goopy. Oh,
Oh, you know, I never realized this was a bat.
Yeah. It's like a bat scorpion. I hate its.
So I just thought it was fucking lying.
Oh.
It's like a bat magnet.
I'm gonna get the landmines. I don't know what buttons my landmines are. Hey, that might be really close to us.
Yep.
It appears to be right behind. What was that? E and B? What the fuck was that one, bro?
What the fuck is that? B is not anywhere close.
E and Q?
This
E and Q.
E and Q fine, but usually it's like Q and E.
Run, Mr. Redfield, run! I'm just gonna go pick up my silly little trinkets in my silly little building. Nothing surely will happen bad. Is he just avoiding these? I hate his ass.
Yeah. Sarah, did you cap your frame rate?
What?
Do you cap the frame rate on your end?
No.
Oh.
Come hither.
That might be a thing.
Hey, so he wants.
Run.
He does not want me. Stupid ass. I was hitting the metal thing. Hey.
Oh, I guess we'll just have to shoot the mines ourselves.
I'll put it in a better spot. Hey, so don't hit me, please. Thank you. How nice of him. Okay, that was AD. You know, I'll take that one. Let's see if he hits that one. I'll stand right in front of it, sir. Prime positioning. Nope. Prime positioning. Well, yowdy howdy, Gothic.
I want a high Gothic.
Yippee.
Hey, all it took was a single AK mag.
As I'm sitting there just slicing him up. Slice. Slice. That's enough slices.
Surprised this wasn't a QT.
A whole mag, me slicing it, and 3 bullets. And he says, ouchie. What'd you say?
You know what is a cutie though?
What?
You guys.
You.
Aw, no you.
No, you, my favorite little bear. Oh, how wonderful, a car.
Chris! Shiva!
Oh boy. You know what's coming up next, right?
Maybe that's Gar driving the car.
Mm-hmm.
They're here in spirit.
You just
always
it
and
just,
forever.
Like the driver side and the vision.
Yes.
Hey, yes, Rain.
Beautiful. Okay, I need to organize my pockets, bro.
Oh, it's only worth 400? Aw, fuck off.
That's what I'm saying. So, which one is this one? What's that one? Dragon? Nope. I guess one is up and go the other way. This one is already on the other way.
Oh. Do I have any treasures to sell?
Remove.
I have a diamanto.
Oh, very nice.
Actually, a couple diamonds. You know, when I was younger, I thought like the name for these like gemstones was based on the shapes, not like the type of rock.
I have egg.
Epic.
Do I need any more grenades? Sure. I have so many. Any more egg? Sure. Put that in my bag.
Always.
That's okay. I got 4 egg in packet now. I guess that will do. Actually, I'd be hurting a lot. Take one. Yes.
I heard about Irving.
I need to crack my knee.
Yes, but there will be other opportunities.
Thinking about it, all the Resident Evil games have crazy short time frames. Oh yeah, did you want me to cap my frame rate?
There's a high probability that Irving is on his way to an oil field in the marshlands. We're rejoining Delta
right.
Team and heading there now.
That was because I think the boss might have bugged out because
We got company.
right, you probably don't have like the Steam overlay frame counter.
Do what you gotta
But,
I do.
How many frames are you getting?
120.
That might
That
be
is
why.
a lot of frames.
I am more than 1.
That is more frames than I will ever see in my life.
I saw it. I'm like,
This is Captain Stone, Delta Team.
Captain
I just received word
Stone.
from HQ. Based on the data you uploaded from that hard drive, most of the townspeople have been infected by parasites known as Las Plagas.
oh, that's a car next to us.
This section sucks ass like professional.
Ooh, above us. Oh, I overheated.
We're getting answers is from Irving.
No.
Oh, I'm on fire.
No.
What is this, Overwatch?
We need to not be on fire, silly.
But Africa, yeah, fiend. We in fucking Africa. Yellow. Oh, V. I was pressing every button. I went to D to F to V.
Ow.
Did you have Q? That's crazy.
Partner key, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can't even hit that.
None from you guys. Don't touch us. Please, back away.
No touch. Only watch.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Hello, you guys. Oh.
Hold on tight.
He didn't need to take that turn so sharp. I would have just gone straight. I just wouldn't have turned.
Reinforcements are en route. Hold your
Minutes to be
position
straight
until you arrive.
If he went off the paved road, he would have lost speed. It's like in Mario Kart.
Yeah, because you drift.
Ow.
Ouchie. Okay, they're on fire. Okay, quite rude of you motorcycle guys to do that. We're taking care of cars. Oh. Can this die? Thank you.
But yeah, no, this section sucks so much on perfection.
Hey, what? There's a random guy to our side. Yay, checkpoint! Checkpoint, yay, oh!
There's no getting past that truck unless you two do something about it.
Okay, you could have done something about it, sir.
I mean, it is blocking the bridge.
I'm overheated. Okay, some of these guys are living too long for how many bullets we're putting in them, but
Yeah.
I don't think the car would be eviscerated. We
Also, I'm
exploded
pretty
it.
sure the kind of bullets we're firing would have turned someone into like a fine red mist.
Yeah. That's why some of these guys, I know they're infected. Okay, could you stop grinding on us? What do you think we're doing, sir?
You need consent for that.
That's
did
what
not sign
I'm
up for
saying.
Grindr.
Hey, so there's another one. Okay, you know, maybe we shouldn't be driving right next to the river. Thank you, sir. What side is that? Oh.
The Riverside motherfucker.
I like how it suddenly is night. Sir, this is not safe.
Sir, you don't have anything to ramp us off of.
Sheva has nothing to hold on. Oh. Like, Chris had stuff to hold on, and Sheva really didn't have anything to hold on.
Also, we didn't have anything to ramp off of to get that much air.
We had the power of friendship. That's what we got.
Our partnership.
What could have done this?
The power of Chris Redfield's titties. He just had Chris Redfield lay on the floor and we ramped off his titties. Shoot out a
Well, we're
I
about to
think.
see bigger titties in a bit.
Hey, nothing beats Mr. Redfield. No matter what. Always Mr.
I
Redfield.
think anything.
Hacking the power of Juju. I haven't heard that in decades.
Yee.
Never.
I hate this part. I hate this part so much. I don't hate this part, but I hate this part. Look out! Behind you.
Yup.
Anyway, so that's what our gun should have done, but it didn't.
Hey, El Gigante.
I like his little decorative trinkets. He got them dangling all around him. Yeah, true. He did get a beard. I just like his little trinkets. He's got collector items.
Yeah, little action figures.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go in that belt in a second.
We are rare, exclusive. We're too expensive for him.
We're collector's items.
Yeah. Mr. Redfield? Mr. Redfield? I love the way he jumps in. Going to the Ren Fair with it? He is going to the Ren Fair. He's bigger to... I agree. So true. Oh my god, I got so stressed from that. This feels very much like a arcade game.
Yeah, like with light gun.
Oh.
Enemy.
Yeah. Hey, you over there, stop it. Sir, stop moving around so much. Gimme! Gimme one! He's out my head, it hurts.
His spinal cord, shoot it!
Shoot his fucking... No. It's just the plagas that's like attached to his spinal cord.
Oh yeah, it's like bubbling up.
Yeah, it is quite bubbly and I don't like that. Shoot his toes!
Just gotta pop the bubble.
We hate his toes! We hate feet here.
No, you don't.
You hear that?
I do!
No, you love feet.
I hate feet! Why is that man laughing like that? Hey. Hey, whoa there now. Who let him have stick? Oh!
You let him have toes.
Whack-a-mole.
Who let him have toes? What the? He dropped his stick! I'm so glad it's just...
I think only one of us has to hit it for it to work.
I'm just so glad it's the same one every time. Hey, you over there, stop that. What was he hitting?
Ground.
I'm like, why did we dodge? Stop that, sir. You're being quite dramatic. Calm yourself down. Come on, show me your spinal cord.
You think people infected with, like, the Vagas can have, like, the Vagas equivalent of glory brain?
The questions we need answered. Oh, I overheated. Good luck.
Okay. Ow. My minigun had not spun up fast enough.
Ow.
Ow. Yeah, he hurt me.
No more stomp, sir. Get fucked, bro. Shoot his toes. Oh, okay, I won't shoot his toes. Not what your Twitter says. Ow, I won't delete that tweet. It's so fucking funny, bro.
Yeah, it's true. You love feet.
I would never disappoint my peoples. Aww, who let him get a stick again?
No.
Yay! No stick allowed here.
Fight the
No ky3len allowed here.
Oh, there's another crazy man. Okay, he's dead.
Can I bite the stick?
Don't stomp on us. You probably stink, bro. Random citizens over there, stop it.
And I love you, random citizens.
Yeah, here we go again. Spinal cord.
You know, something I just realized, the paperwork for anyone who has been in a Resident Evil game probably had to write a little, like, 5-book novel.
Got a whole
I just think
book.
they went to therapy
Paperwork.
instead and used the therapy notes as a fucking thing instead.
Yes. How?
They never talk about how bad
Oh
these
my
games
god. Especially 2 and 3 because they're literally swimming in the sewers. Like, this is like the body decay, like, type of stank, but 2 and 3, I'm sorry, they were in the sewers swimming in.
Oh god, think about 7 in a fucking bayou.
What about you?
Oh, the fucking swamp
I've got
smell.
a personal stake in this.
A personal stake? Chris, look around. We should both get.
I feel like it wouldn't be that bad there, but because it's mold.
talking about.
A while back, I received some intel that my old partner was still
Compared to Leon running in the sewers away from the gator and then falling down and going under the sewer water.
still alive.
He must be really stinky.
Are you even sure it's the
I
same
think they're all really
person?
stinky with
We were
having to deal with
partners.
dead bodies 24/7.
Yeah. Sheva, don't give me that look. Jill's alive, okay?
She better
Yeah, ain't no way they would kill off Jill Valentine. I mean, she's in fucking Goddess of Victory Nikkei.
They gave us the best fucking character ever, and then they never put him in again. A game again.
I'm going with you.
They gave us Carlos and then never gave him.
These are
And anything else?
dying here.
Are you sure about this?
They need to give
Second
Carlos
degree,
something. I miss Carlos.
I miss him. I miss Pierce too, but at least Pierce got in a play and a manga, so Pierce got some content.
We're partners. To the end.
Yeah,
I
Sheva,
mean,
see,
what
you
about
calm down.
Helena?
And she got a game. She's okay though. I love her, but she's okay. I love Carlos. Carlos is my pretty man.
Can Sherry get a new game?
Honestly, yeah, fair. Sure, I will take Sherry. Sherry and Jake together. I love that awkward tension. 2 children from fucked up parents. From fucked up experiments. I love it. She says, my tits are out and you're chasing after another woman? She says, look at me. Look at me. Stinky Leon. Literally,
Look
Leon
at
would
me,
be so
Chris.
stinky. I feel like Resident Evil 4 wouldn't be as stinky, but still would stink a little bit because a lot of stuff is decaying. But not as stinky as 2.
Maybe early on with the farm animals.
Well, because in all their houses, they were cooking food too. So they all have their rotting soup. Good soup. Do I want anything in my pockets? How much is this? One day I'll buy you.
Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Is that an egg in your pocket? You got an egg? My partners have decided to... No. I need a change from her tank top and jeans to a fairy tale-esque Red Riding Hood outfit. Her boobs were boobing. But we shot, rolled, shot some more, a bunch of things, including bad guys, enemies, boulders, Wesker, Chris's report. Yes. Boobling. They were boobling. Is in fact a gun in my pocket? Me with an egg. If I actually just pulled out an egg right now.
Wesker. He was a top official with Umbrella.
Can I offer you an egg in these trying times?
Yay!
The Raccoon City incident on
God, he's talking about the love of his life, Wesker.
Trying to track him down.
I will say that, but I know fully middle school, junior high me was like, no, Chris and Jill are in love. They're together. Wesker, bang bang. Oh, what's gonna happen? Bang bang. Wesker, bang bang. God, I love him. I love him. He may be evil, but I love him. Oh, for your reference, Kai, for actual lore reference, the old man laying dead on the floor is Spencer. He's the original from the first game, the man who had the mansion that was in charge of Umbrella Corporation.
Wasn't he also like the CEO for Umbrella?
Yeah. Like he's in charge of Umbrella. He was in charge of like that whole ooh, wow. That's gotta hurt.
Also, he was trying to, I mean, amongst his many experiments, he also tried to basically attain, what was it, like immortal life?
Yeah.
Like
he was trying to be supreme.
No!
So I was just started staring at Wesker.
It's only the more damaging.
Imagine the fucking velocity you would have to not just fucking trip over Wesker,
Jill's body was
but
never
trip
found.
him
She
so
was
hard he
presumed
just
dead.
drops Chris like a sack of
The person I saw on that
potatoes.
data looked like her. I have to know if she's still alive.
You two have
Man.
Partners.
I dodged my bullets. I guess I can run it in with my knife. Jill Vanta.
Join the BSAA.
What?
My parents were involved in an accident caused by a pharmaceutical company when I was young.
Leather Daddy Wesker. Why, in fact, yes.
Yes.
Anyways, yeah, so that's what happened with the mansion.
I only found
That old man all dead on the floor was Spencer.
biological weapons for terrorists.
Just to let you know who was dead on the floor in the room.
Testbed for their experiments. Bioweapons were responsible for the deaths of my parents. And someone has
You know,
to
it's
pay
kind of
for
fucked
that.
up considering like how
join the
much
BSAA.
like bioweapons are such a big
only so
deal
much
in
one
the
person
Resident
can
Evil
do.
universe.
Even
Yeah.
a superhero like you, Chris.
I hate bowels.
I'm no superhero.
They make them so ugly, the bowels.
We can end this.
Then let's make a stand.
But I
for
need
our
the more lore. Because there's new lore that I want, but now I don't know. But I guess we'll get something with Requiem, but I also don't know if we'll get the lore that I am looking for in Requiem. So I just have to sit here and wait. Maybe, and get it eventually. I don't know. And I can't say the lore because unfortunately,
Give some more.
yeah. I'm like, I can't say the lore because it's my fucking village. Village and,
Eventually.
yeah, eventually. Village and 7. You will,
Gotta
unfortunately.
get through- We just gotta get through 6.
I know. I didn't read that.
I would love to get through 6.
And
I like 6.
I love 6. It's so long. That's the only thing I
Beetle
can
on
do.
the tree.
It's like 4 fucking campaigns too.
Yeah.
Do you want to be the driver or do you want to be the?
I'll drive.
Okay.
Do we?
Beetle on the tree. Beetle on the tree. Did we get the beetle on the tree?
Yeah, I got the beetle on.
Okay.
The brown beetle.
I'll be back in 30 minutes. Okay,
That
Tina.
beetle.
Hold on. How do I forget. There we go. It goes through my head.
No, I'm just looking at Chris and it's like no thoughts at MT.
Let's just go. We'll just go straight to where we need to go, and then we'll come back.
Oh, he's gripping his right hand like really tightly for no reason.
Let's see if I can hit this. Is it V? Oh no, it's F. I was ready to hit V to dismount so fast.
You have a driver's license, right?
Yeah. What's map? There we go.
I forgot how to bring it. Oh, right. You can toggle the map. Right.
Yeah, that's why I stood there for a second in the water. I'm like, wait a minute. What button is it? We're gonna go back this way. Like Chris is gripping his thing. The back. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Ooh. Oh.
Huge choke in that thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where is the dock here? Not the dock in the chat, but the dock in the... Excuse me?
Oh, we're docking? Okay.
I hit the little fucking thing. Isn't it all the way on the other side? Yeah. I don't know, but we're gonna go explore over here. No.
Oh.
Pick it up.
Herb.
Yippee! Herb. Maybe revoke never. This place is so windy. I know there's something else in the water.
Boy, Sarah, are you excited for the crocodigators?
No, I hate those guys so much. See, if I hit F, it just cancels it all out. But I thought it was V. Oopsie. Shipping to free literature, mixing with a batch of choking children. Like that.
Oh, euphemisms for having.
Damn.
I see.
She's like, you're just whipping it all out, Doc.
Playing a bit of pocket is new.
Yes, they are.
You know what? Most of, I hate to say it, but most of those, except for the last one, are new to me.
I love that.
Don't.
Oh.
Just don't ask.
What is that man doing?
Okay, Sergeant Heard.
Hey,
okay, free literature is a new one. Mixing a batch, I've heard. Choking the chicken, I've heard. That one I actually learned from Paul.
Oh, he made it up.
Wrangling the one I snapped.
They are spazzing out, bro. They are tweaking out.
I'm not gonna lie, I have heard way worse than those. Doc, I'll be fully real. And worse, I mean...
They're tweaking out down there.
Are they good?
No, they're not. They're tweaking out. The other man was stuck too. He eventually got it up, you know?
He got the thing.
Yeah. Yeah?
Let's kill this man and we might have to cap your frame rate to 60.
Nah, bro, it's fine. You just couldn't make the jump, okay?
Damn.
That's a him issue.
You mean a skill issue?
That's a him issue. He can make it whatever he wanted to be. I may be short, but I can jump high, so that's a him issue. You just gotta get good. Where am I? Hey, my trinkets.
You're compact enough to probably make that jump.
Yeah.
Or get tossed.
You are teeny tiny enough that you would fit.
It's just a little tee. Distributing free literature
Sometimes you just
from
gotta hee.
Leather Kennedy. Yeah, okay. We're not going back there first. We're just gonna cut the sharp turn. Oh. Okay. Well, you're in charge of that.
Okay.
Are you moving us? Oh, I didn't see him aim. Sorry.
Damn it. The screen shake is messing up my aim.
No.
There we go. I just noticed they don't have their lips, which implies that they take their lips off. Or like shoot them off.
They don't? That really shook us. Gimme! I don't know who opened up the door. Oh, hey,
Where did that explosion come from?
I have no clue.
Ow.
Oh shit, that one.
In the water.
Sorry, they're right behind us. Excuse me, pardon me.
He's fine. Oh.
Ow. Yeah, sorry about that one. We have two? Oops. Sorry, I didn't think. I was looking at the map.
Is it Crocagator time?
Whatever this one is. How do I do the sharp turn? Here we go.
Hell yeah, nice. Nice part.
Exactly. Okay. That would be great at the fast
time.
at the fastball, especially for Marvel. Have fun. I mean, we could kill them. I could so punch them and kill him. What if I don't want to go over there? What if I don't?
Let me do all the work.
Like, what if I just don't? No, because there's something down below that I would want. Oh god, I can't turn around fast. What trinkets do we have? Ooh. Okay, that was quite rude. Hello? No, they all just started screaming at me.
No, it's just like I saw like the interact button and I got confused.
Boom.
Having fun in here?
Yeah, he's just facing the wall.
Damn.
Okay. Hey, Dad. They explain the fastball. Special to my brother was an odd one. Always the worst when you have to spell it out to a relative. Oh, a grenade. Ew, they're hissing from the water. They're just hissing. Well, that's fair.
If that worked.
I know, but I got a lot more. What's that noise? Just gonna give it a moment. Yeah, I'm just gonna give that a little moment. Okay. He was the alligators were right by the door. I'm like, I'm just gonna wait one moment while they kind of move out of my way. Oh, this one might be a problem. No, I think it'd be fine. Okay. Let's go. Oh my god, the newest episode of Smiling Friends is so fucking funny. The little children, they just talk like... It's so funny. What do you think of my penis, Pim and Charlie? What do you think? I fucking love Smiling Friends. Yummy! I love this one! Oh yeah, we can hit the skills.
Oh, chickens.
Yes. E.
That's a lot of brains.
What do I...
God.
I have a lot of...
Hand to... Oh. What? Why would the game give me a tutorial?
Because they like to give you a tutorial in the middle of this, even though we've been doing it the whole time. That's a pot. I can steal it.
I'm gonna break it.
Oh, you're going up this one first. Because I saw it, so we're doing this one. It's definitely the other one, but like, there's trinkets in both. I want the trinkets. There we go. Money! We got money! We got 2 more shiny things, guy! You can take them and put them in your pocket. Yippee! Yippee!
With you guys. You guys are also in my pockets.
Yay! Oh my god, the chicken. Oh, we fucking hit the... What button is my... Ow. Bro, fuck you. Shiny. Yippee. What did you drop? Money. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna back up. Do not wish to be next to that at all.
Oh. I thought it would let me kick it.
Ew, he's so gross.
I think I was applying Resident Evil 6 logic.
That's the move. Please don't turn into one of those either. Please fall on the floor. Thank you. Jesus.
Sometimes you just gotta fall on the floor.
He wasn't falling on the floor though. That's the thing.
No.
He was standing there. Maybe.
Sometimes you just gotta lay on the floor and just exist.
But he wasn't doing any of that. He was just standing there with no head.
Look, Ma, no head.
Chicken. Come on, chicken. You're coming with us. Come on, onto the ship. I didn't see it. Didn't see it.
Oh.
Now I see it. Just fucking splayed out there. Oh, I gotta go this way. Let's go. Gotta go fast.
Shotgun pellets.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Fast. Except right here. Yep, didn't drift it hard enough. Actually. Damn. What was right there? Oh, it's just a switch position. I was like, what button am I getting? Meow, 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 meow. 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 Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Gotta put in each one individually. Sorry, I was putting up each one. Hold on, I'm in a cutscene? Okay. Is that, what is that though? Lizard?
Meat.
Lizard.
Only it has a weird chunk of meat, bro. He turned around. Oh, whenever we finish this chapter, that's when we have to end. I just looked at the time.
Yeah.
Yippee. If I run fast enough. Bye, birds. What's that? I don't know. What's that? I don't know. What'd you explode back there, bro?
Oh.
It's good. Oh,
They
I
just
love this
kill themselves
part.
by firing that explosive.
Hey, do you want the Magnum? I have 2 of them.
Fine, I'll have my second one then.
Go into the definitely not a trap. Hi, birds. Is that a chicken? Oh no, it's just the bird shadow.
I wonder where is the definitely not a trap area.
Over here? Back over here? I can't ping, so... Definitely not a trap. You were already in there and you rolled. Sheva said, gotta be careful. Definitely not a trap.
You gotta go fast.
Definitely not a trap. Definitely. Oh, I can't see that guy. Oh, I turned around.
Never heard of it.
No, I never heard of it. There's the big guy. I love those big guys. They're so cool.
Big man on campus.
Do I have any?
Ew.
No, I have egg.
Egg.
Just gonna eat one. Oh, hey, big man.
Oh shit! Hi.
I love their chants. Oh, there they are. 2 silly little guys. Hey, what are you doing? You're not one of them. Team. Also, I'm so... excuse me, sir. There's a man chasing me. I don't need you chasing me. Big guys. Make before... I love the sound the big guys make before the attack. Yeah! Hey, someone's saying silly little words. Not allowed. Okay. Well, that's rude. I kicked down a ladder so that you don't make it up here.
That's so fucked up.
Fucked up and evil.
Yeah.
They're so fucked up and evil. Oh, yeah, the residents to be pretty fucking evil. Woo-hoo-hoo. I love that little noise. Oh, I don't need that. Oh, hey, someone's right. Hey, don't shoot that. Oh. Hey, so, yeah, that man was about to attack me. He made this silly little noise.
Well, that's just mean. How could you do that?
Fucked up and evil of him, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, my tummy. Do I have... no, I don't. Oh, hey. Oh, I heard your scream. Sheva's scream.
You fucking impaled me.
Ooh. Hey, so where's his friend?
Also dead.
Oh, it's that same thing. This has happened to me before in the game. The man's just stuck behind, but you know, I'll leave him there. There's a lot of herbs here.
Lots of red herbs. But where's the green?
Oh, that's you. Fail 17? Fuck yeah. I do agree. He's right there. There he is. Okay, he's dead. Wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. You're my dad. Wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Barrel. Oh my god, it's what I need. Discard. Yes. Yay! Ammo! It was ammo! Yippee! Oh. Is that man okay? Oh, there's another man there too. I love when they get... Oh, he really wants us. So fucked up and evil.
How could they? It's so fucked up and evil.
Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, bud. Have a good rest of your day. He's right here. Oh, hey, he made it over.
Nice.
He finally fixed himself and made it over. That kind of startled me. I didn't expect him to actually make the jump. I was waiting for him to phase through the freaking thing again.
Oh.
Locked from the other side. No way.
Oh.
Anyways, I'm gonna have to go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god. Twisties and turnies. Where is it?
Hey Kai, should I release?
No. I was gonna say something. I was like, I really hope you're a good person and you don't just let go of oh, snakes. Come here.
You can't be mean.
Egg.
No.
Where's the
That's
second?
fucked up.
So I killed some snakes.
I mean, I guess the proper term would have been drop the bridge on you.
Shut I? Release the bridge, me lord. Oh my god, I keep on getting stuck. Me lord.
Me lord.
Aye.
Hi.
Oh, here, I have something for you.
Ooh.
Yep. There you go. You're welcome. I go.
Hold on.
Yes.
Sir, let me give you this because you have a stack of that. Then I will take this green herb and I will mix it.
Ooh,
Did you pick
shotgun
up
ammo?
that red herb from earlier?
No. I do have a lot of herbs in my pocket though.
I guess I'll run back and grab it.
I will stand here.
Nah, I'm...
Okay.
At that point, I'm just padding time.
That's a mood though. We'll be fine. I have so much herbs in my pocket, so you do not need to worry. Would you like one? Do you want another healing item?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, I have so many in my pocket. I also have 5 eggs. I should eat one. No, I shouldn't. They give me a lot of health.
Oh, wait, actually, yeah, go that way, because I think that way has, like, a little...
Treasure. You're so right. Treasure. Yeah, little map. Mine.
Come on!
Oh, nope. There we go.
on.
Nope.
Hurry up!
There we go. It disappeared when I pressed it the second time. I was like, wait, no. I must be eating the button. Bam, bam, bam. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of ends.
We shall end it there, then.
Yeah.
Beginning of the marsh.
And then over the weekend, I can probably help you troubleshoot why the quality of life thing won't work.
Yeah.
If you
Game.
want the funny laser,
Yeah.
all that, and they'll probably also like fix a couple of things.
I personally do not really care.
Yeah.
Personally, not a problem.
I said impalement, but no. Oh.
I like to restate, I said impalement, but I don't know about y'all, specific syrup, but I'm not rocking impalement. More like mild poking. What a way to describe such a thing. What a way. What a statement. We should quote you on that. I wish I could save quotes here. I don't know how to do that. I don't have that command. That would get added to the quotes. It will be saved forever. Because
I'll
this
take a screenshot.
I was gonna say this VOD will be saved, so it will save forever in the chat, and then it will get posted to YouTube, and then it will be stayed there forever. So there's that. Unless on the occasion I forget to save the VOD, and then it's gone forever.
No.
I'll try that too. I did forget the one Resident Evil 2 one. Oopsie. Into it with the punk tactics. Close that. do that. I opened this. Okay, where am I? Where are we? Where are we all? Okay, I'm gonna say goodbye to you guys. Thank you for joining me. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, Kai. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Oh, you didn't say bye. I was like, wait, say goodbye. I was like, say it back. I love you. I miss you. It's okay. I love you. Bye-bye. That very much felt like the say it back. Say it back to me. Love ya. Yeah. Let me turn up the music again just a little bit. I love this song. Okay, let's see where I can drop you guys off. Plan for next week. Stream Monday will be Dying Light the Beast. There's an update for it, and I'm like, oh, okay. So we'll be playing Dying Light the Beast. What is next week? Next week is Halloween. Next week is, holy shit. Next week is Monday, Dying Light Beast. Wednesday, do we want to do a community game? I'll see what horror games are out that we can grab some people to snatch and play. If not, we'll just be playing another horror game. Thursday, Resident Evil 5, the usual. And then Friday will be late night Halloween stream. Thank you. I can't believe it's already Halloween next week. Oh my god. Oh my god. I miss you all. I miss you. Thank you for joining today. But Masudo and Kai, thank you both. Let me see where I can drop you off. Unless we just let you go. Let's see. Yeah! I can't wait. I'm just waiting. I am waiting till we get to 7. Because I am excited about 7. I'm excited about Biohazard. I really do like that game. But then we're closer to Village. But I love those games. Those ones are actually spooky. We say yes. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna release you guys to Yakuza to the world. Ooh. Ow, it just cracked my knee in a weird way. I think I'll just release you guys to the world today. It's the last day of the week. That sounds about right. But yeah, rundown for next week's gonna be busy. I'm gonna try to get some more edits done and post on TikTok. Oh, as an update about the algorithm thing, I don't understand a single bit of it. But I'm like watching it and analyzing it like, okay. I'm just like, okay, sure, that works. Sure, that makes sense. And I'm like, this doesn't make sense. But I'm just gonna post anyways. I think I'll post another TikTok tomorrow. I'm gonna try to edit, and we're gonna try to use your theory of who the algorithm is run by. And I'm gonna see if that does anything. But other than that, I had no fucking clue how other see the short from yesterday on YouTube. Also, one of them, like, the view count went up and then it went down. Don't know. And then the view count says something different in the analytics, so I don't understand that. But I'm not going to complain. I just don't know what the freak. I don't know what happened. But other than that, I love you all. Please stay safe, everybody. Have a good weekend. I'm going to Not Scary Farm tonight. Gooners. Yes. Oh, hi, Mochi. Mochi apparently was demanding back in. Other than that, have a good weekend. Stay safe. I'm going to Not Scary Farm tonight, so me and B will probably post a picture because we're dressing up. We're not allowed to dress up, but we're doing a theme of something. Type of fit. I'm going to say bye from here. But I love you all. Please stay safe, stay hydrated, everybody, and take care. Many hugs and many kisses to you all. Thank you. Today was fun. Today was like fun, chill, just gaming with friends day, and I very much appreciate that. Thank you both to Kai and Pseudo. Thank you, Pseudo. I'm so sorry that I'm a dumbass when it comes to installing things and worry because my computer hates me. That's it. It's nothing against you. It's against my computer. Everything against my computer. Everything. Anyways, have a good weekend, everybody. I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.